Introduction to the Lausiac History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lausiac History by Palladius. Translated by W.K. Lowther Clark, B.D. Introductory Pieces. Preface to the Life of the Holy Fathers. This book is a record of the virtuous asceticism and marvelous manner of life of those blessed and holy fathers, the monks and anchorites which inhabit the desert, written with a view of stirring to rivalry and imitation those who wish to realize the heavenly mode of life and desire to tread the road which leads to the kingdom of heaven. It contains also memoirs of aged women and illustrious God-inspired matrons, who with masculine and perfect mind have successfully accomplished the struggles of virtuous asceticism as a model and object of desire for those women who long to wear the crown of continence and chastity. This is how the book came to be written. A man, admirable in every way, very learned, of peaceable disposition, religiously disposed and devout-minded, liberal towards those who lack the necessaries of life, in respect of high distinctions preferred above many men of rank owing to the excellence of his character, and with all this guarded continually by the power of the divine Spirit. Such is the man who commanded us to write, or rather, if one must tell the truth, aroused our slothful mind to the contemplation of better things, to imitate and attempt to rival the ascetic virtues of our holy and immortal spiritual fathers, and all who have lived to please God with much mortification of the body. And so, having described the lives of these invincible athletes, we have sent them to him, proclaiming the conspicuous virtues of each of these great persons. I am referring to Lausiac, the best of men, who by the favor of God has been appointed guardian of our godly and religious empire. It is he who is inspired with this divine and spiritual passion. I then, who am clumsy in utterance and have but a superficial acquaintance with spiritual knowledge, and am unworthy to draw up a list of the holy fathers of the spiritual life, fearing the infinite greatness of the task set me, so much above my capacity, found the command intolerable, requiring as it did so much worldly wisdom and spiritual understanding. Nevertheless, respecting in the first place the eager virtue of the man who urged us to obey the command, and considering the benefit accruing to the readers, and fearing also the danger of a refusal, albeit with a reasonable excuse, I first commended the noble task to Providence, and then applied myself diligently to it. Sustained, as if on wings, by the intercessions of the holy fathers, I attended the contest of the arena. I have described in a kind of summary only the main contest and achievements of the noble athletes and great men, not only illustrious men who have realized the best manner of life, but also blessed and high-born women who have practiced the highest life. I have been privileged to see with my own eyes the revered faces of some of these, but in the case of others, who had already been perfected in the arena of piety, I have learned their heavenly mode of life from inspired athletes of Christ. In the course of my journey on foot I visited many cities and very many villages, every cave and all the desert dwellings of monks, with all accuracy as befitted my pious intentions. Some things I wrote down after personal investigation, the rest I have heard from the holy fathers, and I have recorded in this book the combats of great men and women more like men than nature would seem to allow, thanks to their hope in Christ. I now send the whole to you, whose ears love divine oracles, to you, Lausiac, who are the pride of excellent and God-beloved men, and the ornament of the most faithful and God-beloved empire, noble and Christ-loving servant of God. I have recorded to the best of my feeble powers the famous name of each of the athletes of Christ, male and female, describing a few short contests out of the many mighty ones engaged in by each, adding in most cases the family and city and place of residence. We have also told of men and women who have reached the highest stage of virtue, but owing to vainglory, as it is called, the mother of pride, have fallen into the lowest pit and abyss of hell, and the triumphs of asceticism, so earnestly desired and so strenuously fought for, acquired by them after long periods of time and many labors, have been dissipated in an instant by pride and self-conceit. But by the grace of our Saviour, and the foreknowledge of the Holy Fathers, and the sympathy of spiritual affection, they have been snatched from the nets of the devil, and helped by the prayers of the saints, have recovered their former life of virtue. Copy of a letter written by Palladius, the bishop, to Lausiac the chamberlain. I congratulate you on your intention. Indeed, I am justified in beginning my letter with congratulation, because when all men are gaping after vain things, and building their edifice with stones from which they got no joy, you yourself want to be taught words of edification. For only the God of all is untaught, since he is self-originate and has none other before him. But all other things are taught, since they are made and created. The first orders of angels have the Supreme Trinity as teacher, the second learn from the first, the third from the second, and so successively in order until the last. For those who are superior in judgment and virtue teach those who are inferior in knowledge. So then men who think they do not need teachers, or do not obey those who teach them in love, suffer from the disease of ignorance, the mother of arrogance. Their leaders on the road to destruction are those who have fallen from the heavenly life, the demons who fly in the air having fled from their teachers in heaven. For teaching does not consist in words and syllables. Sometimes men possess these who are as vile as can be, but in meritorious acts of character, cheerfulness, intrepidity, bravery, good temper. Add to these unfailing boldness, which generates words like a flame of fire. For if this had not been so, the great teacher would not have said to his disciples, "Learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart." He does not train the apostles with elegant language, but with care for character, distressing none save those who hate the word and hate teachers. For the soul that is being trained according to God's purpose must be either learning faithfully what it does not know, or teaching clearly what it knows. But if it wants to do neither, though able to do them, then it is mad. For to be sated with teaching and unable to bear the word, for which the soul of him who loves God is always hungry, is the beginning of apostasy. Be strong then, and of sound mind, and play the man, and may God grant you to pursue closely the knowledge of Christ. Prologue. Forasmuch as many have left behind for their age many and diverse writings concerning different epochs, some of them by an inspiration of heavenly God-given grace, for the edification and safety of those who follow with loyal purpose the teachings of the Saviour, others with sycophantic and corrupt intention, having indulged in mad follies in order to encourage such as desire vainglory, others again inspired by a certain madness and the influence of the demon who hates good, and in their pride and wrath planning the destruction of light-minded men and the soiling of the immaculate Catholic Church, having attacked the minds of the foolish to make them dislike the saintly life. It seemed good to me also, your humble servant, reverencing the command of your magnanimity, O man most eager to learn, a command issued with a view to spiritual progress, to publish this book in narrative form for your benefit from the beginning. It was, I suppose, my 33rd year in the Society of the Brethren, and the 20th year of my episcopate, and the 56th of my whole life. You were asking for accounts of the fathers, both male and female, both those whom I had seen and those about whom I had heard, and those with whom I lived in the Egyptian desert and Libya, the Thebaid and Sahini, near which last are the so-called Tabanesiads, and again in Mesopotamia, Palestine and Syria, and the districts of the west, Rome and Campania and thereabouts, that you may have for the benefit of your soul, a solemn reminder, an unfailing cure for forgetfulness, and that you may drive away by its help all drowsiness proceeding from irrational lust, all indecision and pettiness in business affairs, all backwardness and pusillanimity in the domain of character, all resentment, worry, grief, and irrational fear, and moreover the excitements of the world, and may with unfailing desire make progress in the purpose of piety, becoming a guide both to yourself, your companions, your subordinates, and the most religious emperors. For by means of these meritorious works all lovers of Christ press on to be joined to God. Each day you will be expecting the departure of your soul, as it is written, "It is good to depart and be with Christ," and "Prepare thy works for thy departure, and be ready in thy field." For he that keeps death always in mind, that it will come of necessity, and will not tarry, shall not greatly fall. You will neither take amiss the guidance of my directions, nor will you despise the uncouthness and inelegance of my style. For indeed it is not the work of divine teaching to speak with studied elegance, but to persuade the mind with considerations of truth, as it is written, "Open thy mouth to the word of God." And again, "Miss not the discourse of the aged, for they also learned of their fathers." I then, O man of God most eager to learn, following in part this precept, have been in contact with many of the saints. Putting aside considerations of prudence, I have made journeys of 30 days, yes, and twice as long, as before God, traversing on foot in my journeys all the land of the Romans. I welcomed all the hardship of the way, so long as I might meet some man that loved God, that I might gain what I had not got. For if Paul, who was so far in advance of me, surpassing me in manner of life, knowledge, conscience, and faith, undertook the journey from Tarsus to Judea to meet Peter, James, and John, and if he tells of it with a kind of boastfulness, recounting his toils in order to stir to emulation those who live in sloth and laziness, saying, "I went up to Jerusalem to visit Cephas," if he was not satisfied with the report of Peter's virtue, but longed for an actual meeting face to face, how much more was I, the debtor who owed 10,000 talents, bound to do this, not for any good I might do them, but for my own benefit? For indeed those who wrote the lives of the fathers, Abraham and his successors, Moses, Elijah, and John, told their tale not to glorify them, but to benefit their readers. Knowing these things then, Lausiac, most loyal servant of Christ, and impressing them on yourself, be patient with my folly, to preserve the pious disposition of your mind, for it is naturally exposed to waves of evil, both visible and invisible, and can enjoy calm only with the help of continuous prayer and spiritual self-culture. For many of the brethren, pluming themselves both on their labors and charities, and boasting of their celibacy or virginity, and putting their trust in meditation on the divine oracles and acts of zeal, have yet failed to attain impassivity. Through lack of discernment, under the pretext of piety, they have fallen victim to a disease, in acts of idle curiosity, from which spring officious or even evil activities, such as drive away good activities, the mother of spiritual self-culture. Play the man then, I beseech you, and do not increase your wealth. This policy you have already adopted, since of your own accord you have lessened it by distributing to those in need, owing to the supply of virtue which is thereby gained. Nor have you yielded to impulse and unreasonable premature decision, and fettered your free choice with an oath to curry favor with men, as some have done, who in a spirit of rivalry, that they may boast of not eating or drinking, have enslaved their free will by the constraint of an oath, and have succumbed again miserably to the love of this world, and accidity, and pleasure, and so have suffered the pangs of perjury. For if you partake reasonably and abstain reasonably, you will never sin. For reason, of all the emotions within us, is divine, banishing what is harmful and welcoming what is beneficial. For the law is not made for a righteous man. For to drink wine with reason is better than to drink water with pride. And please look on those who drink wine with reason as holy men, and those who drink water without reason as profane men, and no longer blame or praise the material, but count happy or wretched the minds of those who use the material well or ill. Joseph drank wine in Egypt long ago, but his mind suffered no harm, for he kept his thoughts under control. But Pythagoras, Diogenes, and Plato drank water. So did the Manichaeans, and the rest of the band of soi-disant philosophers, and yet they reached such a pitch of vainglory in their intemperance that they failed to know God, and worshipped idols. The Apostle Peter and his companions used wine to some extent, so that their Master, our Saviour, was himself reproached on account of their participation, by the Jews saying, "Why do not thy disciples fast, as do the disciples of John?" Again, insulting the disciples with reproaches, they said, "Your Master eats and drinks with the publicans and sinners." Clearly, they would not have attacked them over bread and water. And again, when they were unreasonably admiring water drinking and blaming wine drinking, the Saviour said, "John came in the way of righteousness, neither eating nor drinking." Obviously meat and wine, for apart from the other things he could not have lived. And they say he hath a devil. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, Behold a gluttonous man and a winebibber and a friend of publicans and sinners, because of his eating and drinking. What are we to do then? Let us follow neither those who blame nor those who praise, but let us either fast with John reasonably even if they say they have a devil, or let us drink wine wisely with Jesus, if the body needs it, even if they say, Behold men gluttonous and winebibbers. For in truth neither is eating nor refraining anything, but faith extending itself in love to works. For when faith accompanies every action, he that eateth and drinketh because of faith is uncondemned. For whatsoever is not of faith is sin. But when any one of those who sin says he partakes in faith or is doing anything else with unreasonable self-confidence and corrupted conscience, the Saviour has given express orders, saying, By their fruits ye shall know them. But that the fruit of those who live with reason and understanding, as the divine Apostle says, is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, meekness, temperance. This is granted by all. For Paul himself said, The fruit of the Spirit is so and so. But because he who sets himself to get such fruit will not eat meat or drink wine unreasonably, or without definite aim, or out of season, nor will he dwell with an uneasy conscience, again the same Paul says, Every man that striveth for the mastery is temperate in all things. When the body is in health, he abstains from fattening things. When it is weak, or in pain, or meets with griefs, or misadventures, he will make use of foods or drinks as medicines to heal what grieves him. And he will abstain from all that harms the soul, anger, envy, vainglory, anxiety, detraction, and unreasonable suspicion, giving thanks to the Lord. Having then discussed the matter sufficiently above, I bring another exhortation to your desire of learning. Flee, as far as is in your power, encounters with men whose presence confers no benefit, and who beautify their skin in unseemly fashion, even if they be orthodox, not to speak of heretics. They do you harm by their hypocrisy, even when they seem to be dragging out a great age with their gray hair and wrinkles. For even supposing you come to no harm at their hands by reason of your noble character, you will suffer this lesser evil in becoming insolent and proud and mocking at them, and this will do you harm. But go near a bright window and seek encounters with holy men and women, in order that by their help you may be able to see clearly also your own heart, as it were a closely written book, being able by comparison to discern your own slackness or neglect. For the color of their faces, with the bloom of gray hairs, and the arrangement of their clothes, and the modesty of their language, and the reverence of their conversation, and the grace of their thoughts will strengthen you, even if you should happen to be in a mood of anxiety. For a man's attire and his gait and the laugh of his teeth will proclaim what he is like, as wisdom says. So now I begin my tales. I shall leave unnoticed neither those in the cities nor those in the villages or deserts, for the object of our inquiry is not the place where they have settled, but the fashion of their plan of life. End of introduction. Part 1 of the Lausiac History by Palladius, translated by W.K. Lowther Clark, B.D. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Isidore. The first time that I set foot in the city of the Alexandrians, in the second consulate of the great Emperor Theodosius, who now lives with the angels because of his faith in Christ, I met in the city a wonderful man, distinguished in every respect, both as regards character and knowledge, Isidore the priest, Hospitaller of the Church of Alexandria. He was said to have fought successfully his first youthful contests in the desert, and I actually saw his cell in the mountain of Nitria. But when I met him, he was an old man, 70 years of age, who lived another 15 years and then died in peace. Up to the very end of his life, he wore no linen except a headband, never had a bath, nor partook of meat. His slender frame was so well knit by grace that all who did not know his manner of life expected that he lived in luxury. Time would fail me if I were to tell in detail the virtues of his soul. He was so benevolent and peaceable that even his enemies, the unbelievers themselves, reverenced his shadow because of his exceeding kindliness. So great a knowledge had he of the Holy Scriptures and the divine precepts that even at the very meals of the brethren he would have periods of absent-mindedness and remain silent. And being urged to tell the details of his ecstasy, he would say, "I went away in thought on a journey, seized by contemplation." For my part, I often knew him weep at table, and when I asked the cause of the tears, I heard him say, "I shrink from partaking of irrational food, being myself rational and destined to live in a paradise of delight owing to the power given us by Christ." He became known to all the Senate at Rome and to the wives of the nobles when he paid his first visit in the company with Athanasius the bishop, and on a second occasion with Demetrius the bishop. A man of great wealth and extensive property, he wrote no will when he came to die, and left neither money nor goods to his sisters, who were virgins. But he commended them to Christ, saying, "He that created you will provide for your life, as he has done for me." Now there was with his sisters a community of 70 virgins. When I visited him as a young man, and besought that I might be trained in the solitary life, since I was in the full vigor of my age, and needed not discourse, but bodily hardships, like a good tamer of colts, he led me out from the city to the so-called solitudes 5 miles away. Chapter 2, Dorotheos. Handing me over to Dorotheos, a Theban ascetic, who was spending the 60th year in his cave, he ordered me to complete 3 years with him in order to tame my passions, for he knew that the old man lived a life of great austerity, bidding me return to him afterwards for spiritual instruction. But being unable to complete the 3 years owing to a breakdown in health, I left Theodoros before the 3 years were up, for living with him one got parched and all dried up. For all day long in the burning heat he would collect stones in the desert by the sea, and build with them continually and make cells. And then he would retire in favor of those who could not build for themselves. Each year he completed 1 cell. And once when I said to him, "What do you mean, Father, at your great age, by trying to kill your poor body in these heats?" He answered thus, "It kills me, I kill it." for he used to eat daily 6 ounces of bread and a bunch of herbs, and drink water in proportion. God is my witness, I never knew him stretch his legs and go to sleep on a rush mat or on a bed. But he would sit up all night long and weave ropes of palm leaves to provide himself with food. Then, supposing that he did this for my benefit, I made careful inquiries also from other disciples of his who lived by themselves, and ascertained that this had been his manner of life from a youth, and that he had never deliberately gone to sleep. Only when working or eating he closed his eyes overcome by sleep, so that often the piece of food fell from his mouth at the moment of eating, so great was his drowsiness. Once when I tried to constrain him to rest a little on the mat, he was annoyed and said, "If you can persuade angels to sleep, you will also persuade the zealous man." One day, about the 9th hour, he sent me to fill the jar at his well in view of a meal at the 9th hour. Well, as it happened, I went and saw an asp at the bottom of the well, and stopped drawing water, and went away and said to him, "We are dead men, Father, for I saw an asp in the well." But he smiled gravely and looked at me for a time, and then shaking his head said, "If the devil decides to become a serpent or tortoise in every well and to fall into our water supply, will you refrain from drinking forever?" And he went out and drew the water himself, and was the first to swallow some of it, fasting, saying, "Where the cross passes, the evil of anything is powerless." Chapter 3. Potamiana. This blessed man Isidore, who had met Antony of blessed memory, told me a story which is worth recording, which he had heard from Antony. There lived in the time of Maximianus the persecutor a very beautiful maiden called Potamiana, a certain man's slave. Her master failed to seduce her, though he besought her eagerly with many promises. At last, mad with rage, he handed her over to the then prefect of Alexandria, giving her up as a Christian and one who abused the times and the emperors because of the persecutions, and suggesting this to him with the help of money. "If she falls in with my design, keep her without punishment." But if she should remain puritanical, he asked that she might be punished, lest continuing to live she should mock at his licentious ways. She was brought before the tribunal, and the fortress of her soul was attacked by various instruments of torture. For one of them, the judge had a great cauldron filled with pitch and ordered it to be heated. When the pitch was now bubbling and terribly hot, he gave her the choice: "Either go away and obey the wishes of your master, or know that I shall order you to be plunged into the cauldron." But she answered and said, "God forbid that there should be another such judge who orders one to submit to licentiousness." So in a fury he ordered her to be stripped and thrown into the cauldron. But she lifted up her voice and said, "By the head of your emperor whom you fear, if you have decided to punish me thus, order me to be let down gradually into the cauldron, that you may know what endurance the Christ, whom you know not, bestows on me." And being let down gradually during a space of 1 hour, she died when the pitch reached her neck. Chapter 4. Didymus the Blind. Very many indeed of the men and women who reached perfection in the Church of Alexandria were worthy to inherit the land of the meek. Among these was Didymus the blind author. I met him 4 times in all, visiting him at intervals during a period of 10 years. He was 85 years old when he died. He was blind, having lost his sight at the age of 4, so he told me, and he had never learned to read nor gone to school. This was not necessary, for he had nature's teacher, his own conscience, strongly developed. He was adorned with such a gift of knowledge that, so it was said, the passage of Scripture was fulfilled in him, "The Lord maketh the blind wise." For he interpreted the Old and New Testament word by word, and such attention did he pay to doctrine, setting out his exposition of it subtly yet surely, that he surpassed all the ancients in knowledge. Once when he tried to make me say a prayer in his cell, and I was unwilling, he told me this story. Into this cell Antony entered for the 3rd time on a visit to me. I besought him to say a prayer, and he instantly knelt down in the cell and did not make me repeat my words, giving me by his action a lesson in obedience. So if you want to follow in the steps of his life, as you seem to, since you are solitary and living away from home to acquire virtue, lay aside your conscientiousness. And he told me this also. As I was thinking one day about the life of the wretched Emperor Julian, how he was a persecutor, and was feeling dejected, and by reason of my thoughts I had not tasted bread even up to late evening, it happened that as I sat in my seat I was overcome by sleep, and I saw in a trance white horses running with riders and proclaiming, "Tell Didymus, today at the 7th hour Julian died. Rise then and eat," they said, "and send to Athanasius the bishop, that he too may know." And I marked, he said, the hour and the month and the week and the day, and it was found to be so. Chapter 5. Alexandra. He told me also of a maidservant named Alexandra, who having left the city and shut herself up in a tomb, received the necessaries of life through an opening, seeing neither women nor men face to face for 10 years. And in the 10th year she fell asleep, having arrayed herself for death, and so the woman who went as usual to see her and got no answer informed us. So we broke down the door, and entering in found her fallen asleep. Concerning her also, the thrice blessed Melania, about whom I shall speak later, used to say, I never saw her face to face, but standing by the opening I urged her to say the reason why she shut herself up in a tomb. And she called out to me through the opening, "A man was distressed in mind because of me, and lest I should seem to afflict or disparage him, I chose to betake myself alive into the tomb, rather than cause a soul made in the image of God to stumble." When I said, she continued, "How then do you endure never meeting anyone, but struggling with Axidae?" She replied, "From early morn to the 9th hour I pray, hour by hour, spinning flax the while. During the remaining hours I meditate on the holy patriarchs and prophets and apostles and martyrs, and having eaten my bread I remain in patience for the other hours, waiting for my end with cheerful hope." Chapter 6. The Rich Virgin. But I must not omit from my story those also whose life has been characterized by pride, that I may praise those who have remained true and ensure the safety of my readers. For there was a virgin at Alexandria of humble exterior, but haughty inward disposition, exceedingly wealthy, but never giving an obol either to a stranger, or a virgin, or a church, or a poor man. In spite of the frequent exhortations of the fathers, she was not weaning herself from material things. Now she had relations living, one of whom, her sister's daughter, she adopted, and night and day she kept promising the girl should have her money, having fallen away from her aspirations after heaven. For this is a form of the deceit of the devil, who afflicts us with pangs of avarice under the pretext of family affection. For it is common knowledge that he cares nothing about family ties, since he teaches men to murder brothers and mothers and fathers. But even if he seems to inspire anxiety for relations, he does not do so from benevolent feelings towards them, but to practice the soul in unrighteousness, knowing the decree, the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God. Now it is quite possible for a man without neglecting his own soul to be influenced by a godly consideration and give assistance to his kinsfolk if they are in want. But when a man subordinates his whole soul to the interests of his relations, he comes under this law, reckoning his soul unto vanity. But the sacred psalmist sings thus concerning those who care for their soul with fear. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? Meaning it is rarely anyone does. Or who shall stand up in his holy place? He that has clean hands and is pure in heart, who did not lift up his soul unto vanity. For as many as neglect the virtues, these lift up the soul unto vanity, believing that it is dissolved with the body. Wishing to bleed this virgin, so the story goes, and thus relieve her of her avarice, the most holy Macarius, the priest and superintendent of the hospital for cripples, devises this expedient. In his youth he had been a worker in precious stones, what they call a lapidary. So he goes and says to her, "Some precious stones, emeralds and sapphires, have fallen by fate into my hands, and I cannot say whether they are a treasure trove or stolen property. They have not been valued, since they are beyond price, but anyone who has the money can buy them for 500 pounds. If you decide to take them, you can get back your 500 pounds from one stone and use the rest for the adornment of your niece." Excited by his words, the virgin is caught by the bait and falls at his feet. "By your feet," she says, "let no one else get them." Then he invites her, "Come to my house and look at them." But she had not the patience for this, but flings down the 500 pounds before him, saying, "You want them? Take them, for I do not want to see the man who sells them." But he takes the 500 pounds and gives them for the needs of the hospital. Time sped along, and she was shy of reminding him of the matter, for Macarius clearly had a great reputation in Alexandria, being a lover of God and charitable. He remained vigorous until he was 100, and we too passed some time with him. Finally, having found him in the church, she says to him, "I beg you, what decision have you come to about those stones for which I gave the 500 pounds? But he answered thus, "The moment you gave me the money, I deposited it for the price of the stones, and if you would like to come and see them in the hospital, for there they are, come and look if they please you. If not, take back your money." So she came very willingly. Now the hospital had women on the first floor and men on the ground floor, and having taken her there, he brings her into the porch and says to her, "Which do you want to see first, the sapphires or the emeralds?" She says to him, "As you please." He takes her to the upper floor and shows her the women disabled in hand or feet with their disfigured faces, and says to her, "Behold your sapphires." Then he takes her down again and says to her, showing her the men, "Behold your emeralds. Do they please you? If not, take back your money." So she turned and went out, and returning home fell ill from excess of grief, because she had not done this thing in a godly fashion. Afterwards she thanked the priest, when the maid for whom she was planning died childless after marriage. Chapter 7. The Monks of Nitria. So then, after my visit to the monasteries round Alexandria with their 2,000 or so most noble and zealous members, and my 3 years' sojourn there, I left them and went to the mountain of Nitria. Between this mountain and Alexandria lies the lake called Maria, 70 miles in extent. Having sailed across this, I came to the mountain on its south side in a day and a half. Next to this mountain lies the great desert, which stretches as far as Ethiopia and the Mazaké in Mauritania. On the mountain live some 5,000 men with different modes of life, each living in accordance with his own powers and wishes, so that it is allowed to live alone or with another or with a number of others. There are 7 bakeries in the mountain, which serve the needs both of these men and also of the anchorites of the great desert, 600 in all. So having dwelt on the mountain for a year, and having received much benefit from the blessed fathers, Arcesius the Great, and Putuvastes, and Asian, and Chronius, and Serapion, and having been spurred on by hearing their many tales about the fathers, I penetrated into the innermost desert. In this mountain of Nitria there is a great church, by which stand 3 palm trees, each with a whip suspended from it. One is intended for the solitaries who transgress, one for robbers if any pass that way, and one for chance comers, so that all who transgress and are judged worthy of blows are tied to the palm tree and receive on the back the appointed number of stripes, and are then released. Next to the church is a guest house, where they receive the stranger who has arrived until he goes away of his own accord, without limit of time, even if he remains 2 or 3 years. Having allowed him to spend 1 week in idleness, the rest of his day they occupy with work either in the garden or bakery or kitchen. If he should be an important person, to give him a book, not allowing him to talk to anyone before the hour. In this mountain there also live doctors and confectioners, and they use wine, and wine is on sale. All these men work with their hands at linen manufacture, so that all are self-supporting. And indeed, at the 9th hour, it is possible to stand and hear how the strains of psalmody rise from each habitation, so that one believes that one is high above the world in paradise. They occupy the church only on Saturday and Sunday. There are 8 priests who serve the church, in which, so long as the senior priest lives, no one else celebrates or preaches or gives decisions, but they all just sit quietly by his side. This Arcesius, and many other old men with him whom we saw, were contemporaries of the blessed Antony. Some among them, they told me, had also known Amun of Nitria, whose soul Antony saw being taken up and conducted to heaven by angels. Arcesius used to say that he also knew Pachomius of Tabanisi, a prophet in Archimandrite, over 3,000 men, of whom I shall speak later. Chapter 8. Amun of Nitria. Arcesius used to say that Amun lived in this wise. When he was a young man of about 22, he was constrained by his uncle to marry a wife. He himself was an orphan. Being unable to resist the pressure of his uncle, he thought it best to be crowned, and take his seat in the nuptial chamber, and undergo all the marriage rites. When all the guests were gone out, after settling the pair to sleep on the couch in the bridal chamber, Amun gets up and locks the door. Then he sits down and calls his blessed companion to him and says to her, "Come here, lady, and then I will explain the matter to you. The marriage which we have contracted has no special virtue. Let us then do well by sleeping in future each of us separately, that we may please God by keeping our virginity intact." And drawing from his bosom a little book, he read to the girl, who could not read at all, in the words of the apostle and the Savior, and to most of what he read he added all that was in his mind, and explained the principles of virginity and chastity. So that, convinced by the grace of God, she said, "I too am convinced, my lord. And what further commands have you now?" "I command," he said, "that each of us lives alone in future." But she could not endure this, saying, "Let us dwell in the same house, but in different beds." So he lived in the same house with her 18 years. During each day he occupied himself with his garden and balsam grove, for he prepared balsam. Balsam grows like a vine, requiring cultivation and pruning and much hard work. Then in the evening he would enter the house and offer prayers and eat with his wife, and then, having said the night prayers, would go out. Such was their practice, and both having attained impassivity, the prayers of Amun prevailed, and she says to him at last, "I have something to say to you, my lord, that if you hearken to me, I may be convinced that you love me in a godly way." He says to her, "Say what you wish." She says to him, "It is just that we should live apart, you being a man and practicing righteousness, and I also eagerly following the same way as you. For it is absurd that you should live with me in chastity and yet conceal such virtue as this of yours." But he, thanking God, says to her, "Then you keep this house, but I will make myself another house." And he went out and settled in the inner part of the Mount of Nitria, for there were no monasteries there yet, and he made himself 2 round cells. And having lived 22 years more in the desert, he died, or rather fell asleep. He used to see that blessed lady, his wife, twice each year. The blessed Athanasius, the bishop, in his life of Antony, told a marvelous story about this man, how that he came to the bank of the river Lycus with his disciple Theodoros, and shrinking from removing his clothes lest he should see him naked, he was found on the other side, having been carried across by angels without using the ferry. Such then was the life of the blessed Amun, and such his perfection, that the blessed Antony saw his soul carried to heaven by angels. I crossed this river once in a ferry, but with fear, for it is a canal leading from the great Nile. End of Part 1. Part 2 of the Lausiac History by Palladius, translated by W.K. Lowther Clark, B.D. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Or. In this mountain of Nitria there was an ascetic named Or, to whose great virtue the whole brotherhood bore witness, and especially Melania, that woman of God, who came to the mountain before me. For my part, I never saw him alive, and they used to say this of him in their stories, that he never lied, nor swore, nor abused anyone, nor spoke without necessity. Chapter 10, Pombo. To this mountain also belonged the blessed Pombo, teacher of Dioscorus the bishop, and Ammonius, and of Cepheus, and of Themius, the tall brethren, also of Origen the nephew of Draconius, a wonderful man. This Pombo possessed heroic virtues and great qualities, one of which was this: he was very suspicious of gold and silver, as Scripture demands. For the blessed Melania told me this story. In early days, when I came to Alexandria from Rome, I heard of his virtue, the blessed Isidore having told me of him and having conducted me to him in the desert. And I brought him a casket of silver containing silver to the weight of 300 pounds, and besought him to take a part of my goods. But he, sitting still and weaving palm leaves, merely blessed me in a sentence and said, "May God give you your reward." And he said to his steward Origen, "Take it and distribute it to all the brethren who live in Libya and the islands, for these monasteries are poorer than the rest," instructing him to give to none of those in Egypt, because their country was more fertile. But I, she said, remained standing, expecting to be honored and glorified by him because of my gift. But hearing nothing from him, I said to him, "That you may know, sir, how much there is, it amounts to 300 pounds. But he, without even raising his head, answered me, "The one to whom you brought them, my child, has no need of weights. For he who weighs the mountains, much more does he know the weight of the silver. If you had given it to me, you would have done well to tell me. But if it was to God, who did not scorn the 2 obols, then be silent." So, said she, did the Lord manifest his power when I came to the mountain. After a little while the man of God fell asleep, not from an attack of fever, nor from any illness, but while he was stitching up a basket, at the age of 70. He had sent for me, and, the last stitch being ready to be completed, he said to me when about to die, "Receive the basket at my hands to remember me by, for I have nothing else to leave you." Having prepared the body for burial, and wrapped it in linen cloths, she buried him, and then returned from the desert, keeping the basket with her till her death. This Pombo, on his deathbed, at the very moment of his passing, is reported to have said to the bystanders, Origen the priest, and steward, and Ammonius, famous men both of them, and the rest of the brethren, "From the day that I came to this place in the desert, and built my cell and inhabited it, I cannot remember having eaten bread for naught, not earned by my hands. I have not had to repent of any word that I have spoken up to the present hour, and so I go to God as one who was not even begun to be pious." Prominent men, Origen and Ammonius, testified further to us, saying, when he was asked about a word of Scripture or other practical matter, never did he answer at once, but would say, "I have not yet found the answer." Often he went 3 months even and gave no answer, saying he had not put his hand on it. Accordingly, men received his answers as from God, so carefully were they framed, as God would approve them. For this one virtue he was said to possess even above the great Antony, and above all others, namely, exactness of language. The following incident is told of Pombo. Pior the ascetic came to see him, bringing his own bread, and being accused by Pombo. "Why have you done this?" answered, "Lest I should burden you." Pambo gave him a silent lesson expressly, for after a while he went to see Pior and took with him his bread, having first moistened it, and when asked why, he said, "I moistened it as well, lest I should burden you." Chapter 11. Ammonius. This Ammonius, Pambo's disciple, with his 3 brothers and 2 sisters, having reached the perfection of the love of God, made their home in the desert, the women living separately by themselves, and the men by themselves, so as to have a sufficient distance between them. But since Ammonius was exceedingly learned, and a certain city coveted him for its bishop, a deputation waited on the blessed Timothy, beseeching him to ordain him as their bishop. And he said to them, "Bring him to me, and I will ordain him." When therefore they had gone with a force, and he saw that he was caught, he besought them and swore that he would not accept ordination, nor depart from the desert. And they would not give way to him. So before their eyes he took scissors and cut off his left ear to the base, saying to them, "Well, be convinced now that it is impossible for me to be ordained, since the law forbids a man with ear cut off to be raised to the priesthood." So then they left him and departed and went and told the bishop, and he said to them, "Let the Jews observe this law. For my part, if you bring a man with his nose cut off worthy in character, I'll ordain him." So they went off again and implored Ammonius, and he swore to them, "If you use force to me, I'll cut off my tongue." So then they left him and went their way. About this Ammonius the following marvelous story was told. When desire arose in him, he never spared his poor body, but heating an iron in the fire he would apply it to his members, so that he became a mass of ulcers. Now his table from youth until death contained raw food only, for he never ate anything that had passed through the fire except bread. Having learned by heart the Old and New Testaments, and passages in the writings of the famous authors Origen, Didymus, Macarius, and Stephen, he could repeat 6,000,000 lines, as the fathers of the desert testify. He was a comforter to the brethren in the desert beyond all others. To him the blessed Evagrius, an inspired and discerning man, gave testimony, saying, "Never have I seen a man of more impassivity than he." Chapter 12. Benjamin. In this mountain of Nitria there was a man called Benjamin, who at the age of 80 years, having reached the perfection of asceticism, was counted worthy of the gift of healing, so that every one on whom he laid his hands, or to whom he gave oil after blessing it, was cured of every ailment. Now this man, who was accounted worthy of such a gift, 8 months before his death, developed dropsy, and his body swelled so greatly that he seemed a second Job. So Dioscorus the bishop, at that time a priest of Mount Nitria, took us, the blessed Evagrius that is, and me, and said to us, "Come see a new Job, who with so great swelling of body and incurable suffering yet maintains an unbounded thankfulness." So we went and saw his body so greatly swollen that another man's fingers could not get round one finger of his hand. We turned our eyes away, being unable to look owing to the terrible nature of the affliction. Then that blessed Benjamin said to us, "Pray, children, that my inner man may not become dropsical, for my outer man neither benefited me when it was well, nor harmed me when it was ill." During these 8 months a seat was arranged for him, very wide, in which he sat continually, being no longer able to lie down owing to the other requirements of his body. But while he was in this state of affliction, he healed others. I have felt bound to describe this affliction, lest we should be surprised when some untoward fate befalls righteous men. When he died, the lintels and doorposts were removed, that his body might be carried out of the house, so great was the swelling. Chapter 13. Apollonius. A man named Apollonius, a merchant, who had renounced the world and come to live on Mount Nitria, being unable owing to advanced years either to learn a craft or work as a scribe, had this occupation during his 20 years' life on the mountain. From his private money and from the produce of his own labors, he bought in Alexandria all kinds of drugs and things needed for the cells, and provided all the brotherhood with them in their illnesses. And one might see him from early morning until the 9th hour, going the round of the monasteries and entering in at each door in case there should be any one ill in bed, taking with him dried grapes, pomegranates, eggs, and bread made of fine flour, the things which such people need. This plan he had devised for a profitable life in his old age. When he died, he left his stores to one like-minded with himself, exhorting him to carry on this ministration. For with 5,000 monks inhabiting the mountain, there was need of this visiting, since the place was desert. Chapter 14. Paisius and Isaias. There were 2 brothers called Paisius and Isaias, sons of a Spanish merchant. On their father's death they divided the real property which they got, also the personal property consisting of 5,000 pieces of money and clothes and slaves. They considered with each other and took counsel together, saying, "What mode of life shall we adopt, brother? If we adopt the merchant career which our father followed, then we shall have to die and leave our labors to others. Perhaps we may even succumb to dangers from robbers or on the sea. Come then, let us embrace the monastic life, that we may make a profitable use of our father's riches and not lose our own souls." So the ideal of the monastic life pleased them, but they found themselves at variance, differing from each other in their views. For having divided the property, they applied themselves each to his purpose of pleasing God, but by different tactics. For the one bestowed everything on the monasteries and churches and prisons, and having learned a trade by which to earn his bread, applied himself to asceticism and prayer. But the other parted with nothing, but making himself a monastery, and getting together a few brethren, welcomed every stranger, every invalid, every old man, every poor man, preparing 3 or 4 tables every Sunday and Saturday. In this way he spent his money. When the 2 were dead, various eulogies were pronounced over them, as if both had reached perfection. And some preferred Paisius, others Isaias. But a contention having arisen in the brotherhood over their praises, they went to the blessed Pomvo and referred the decision to him, imploring that they might learn which was the better method. But he said to them, "Both are perfect, for the one showed the works of an Abraham, the other those of an Elijah." And when one party said, "By your feet, we ask, how can they possibly be equal?" and preferred the ascetic, and said, "He performed an evangelical work, selling all and giving to the poor, and every hour both day and night bearing the cross and following the Savior and his prayers." But the other side contended with them and said, "Our man showed such great mercy to the needy that he even sat in the roads and collected the afflicted, and not only did he refresh his own soul, but the souls of many others, treating their diseases and helping them." Then blessed Pomvo said to them, "Once again I tell you, they are both equal. I assure each of you that the one, unless he had been so great an ascetic, was not worthy to be compared with the benevolence of the other, while the second again, refreshing the stranger, was himself refreshed, and though he seemed to carry the burden of toil, yet had the refreshing that follows it. But wait until I receive a revelation from God, and after that come and you shall learn." So they came again a few days after, and he said to them, "I saw both standing in paradise, as it were in the presence of God." Chapter 15. Macarius the Younger. A youth named Macarius, when he was about 18 years old, as he played with his comrades by the lake called Maria, being in charge of animals, unwittingly committed a murder. And saying nothing about it to anyone, he took to the desert, and became so afraid both of God and man that he lost all feeling and remained 3 years in the desert without a roof to his head. The land in these parts is rainless, and all men know this, some from hearsay, others from personal experience. This man afterwards built himself a cell, and having lived a further 25 years in that cell, he was counted worthy of the gift of blowing away demons. All his pleasure he found in solitude. Having spent a long while with him, I inquired how he felt on the subject of his sin of murder. He declared that so far from grieving, he actually gave thanks for the murder, since the murder unwittingly committed proved the occasion of his salvation. And bringing testimony from the Scriptures, he used to say that Moses would not have been accounted worthy of the divine vision, and so great a gift, and the writing of the holy words, unless he had fled to Mount Sinai in fear of Pharaoh, owing to the murder which he had committed in Egypt. I say this, not to lead anyone to commit murder, but to show that there are virtues due to circumstances, when a man does not come to the good of his own accord. For some virtues are chosen voluntarily, others are due to circumstances. Chapter 16. Nathanael. There was another of the old monks called Nathanael. I did not visit him during his lifetime, since he had fallen asleep 15 years before my arrival. But when I met the men who lived with him and shared his life of asceticism, I made a point of inquiring about the virtues of this man. They showed me his cell, wherein no one dwelt any longer because it was too near the world. He had made it when the anchorites were few in number. They told me this story about him, especially characteristic, that he stopped in his cell so perseveringly as not to be shaken from his purpose. Among other things, having been mocked at the outset by the demon who mocks all men and deceives them, he seemed to feel a distaste for his first cell and went off and built another nearer a village. So when he had completed the cell and occupied it, 3 or 4 months after the demon came by night, holding a whip of ox hide like the executioners, and having the appearance of a ragged soldier, and began cracking his whip. Then the blessed Nathanael answered and said, "Who are you who do such things in my dwelling?" The demon answered, "I am he who drove you from that cell. I have come to chase you out of this too." Knowing that he was the victim of an illusion, he returned again to the first cell, and in a period of 37 years in all did not cross the threshold, having a quarrel with the demon, who showed him such wonders, trying to force him out, that it is impossible to relate. This is one of them. Having watched for a visit from 7 holy bishops, either arranged by God's providence, or being one of his own temptations, the demon very nearly turned him from his purpose. For when the bishops went out after prayer, he did not escort them even 1 step. The deacons said to him, "This is an act of pride, Father, not escorting the bishops." But he said to them, "I am dead both to my lords the bishops and to all the world. For I have a hidden design, and God knows my heart, wherefore I do not escort them." Having failed in this affair, the demon disguised himself 9 months before Nathanael's death. He became a lad of about 10 years old, driving an ass laden with loaves in a basket. And having arrived late in the evening near his cell, he made it seem that the ass was fallen and the boy crying, "Father Nathanael, pity me and give me a hand." Hearing the voice of the supposed boy and opening the door, he stood within and said to him, "Who are you, and what do you want me to do for you?" He said, "I am so-and-so's little servant, and I am carrying loaves, for it is this brother's agape, and tomorrow, when Saturday dawns, offerings will be wanted. I beseech you, do not neglect me, lest perchance I be eaten by hyenas." For many hyenas are found in those places. So blessed Nathanael stood in silence, with his brain in a whirl and his heart sore troubled, and argued thus with himself, "Either I must give up the commandment, or my purpose." Afterwards, however, considering that it was better for the confusion of the devil not to disturb the purpose of so many years, he prayed and said to the supposed boy that spoke to him, "Listen, boy, I believe in the God whom I serve, that if you are in need, God will send you help, and neither will hyenas harm you nor anyone else. But if you are a temptation, God will reveal the matter now." And he shut the door and went in. But the demon, put to confusion at the defeat, dissolved into a dust storm and into wild asses jumping and fleeing and emitting yells. This was the conflict of the blessed Nathanael, this his manner of life, this his end. Chapter 17. Macarius of Egypt. I hesitate either to speak or write the many great and incredible events that happened in connection with those famous men, the two Macarii, lest I should incur the suspicion of being a liar. Indeed, the Holy Spirit has declared that the Lord destroys all them that speak falsehood. So do not disbelieve me, most believing one, for I am not lying. Of these Macarii, the one was an Egyptian by race, the other an Alexandrian, a seller of sweetmeats. First of all, I will tell of the Egyptian, who lived a full 90 years. Of these he spent 60 in the desert, having retired there as a young man of 30. And he was counted worthy to possess such great discernment that he was called the aged youth. Because of this also he made the quicker progress. For when he was 40 years old, he received grace to contend against the evil spirits, both by healing and forecasting the future. Also he was counted worthy of the priesthood. He had 2 disciples with him in the inner desert called Scete. There was always one of them at his service near at hand, because of those that came to be healed, while the other rested in an adjoining cell. After some time had elapsed, having seen into the future with prophetic eye, he said to the man who waited on him, named John, who afterwards became a priest in the place of Macarius himself, "Listen to me, brother John, and bear with my warning. For you are being tempted, and the spirit of covetousness is tempting you. I have seen this, and I know that if you will bear with me, you will be perfected in this place and glorified. Neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling. But if you will not listen to me, the end of Gehazi shall come upon you, of whose illness you are even now sick." Now it came to pass, when 15 or 20 years had elapsed after the death of Macarius, that he disobeyed, and accordingly, after robbing the poor fund, contracted elephantiasis, so that there was not found on his body a whole part on which one could put his finger. So this is what the holy Macarius prophesied. Now concerning eating and drinking, it is superfluous to relate, seeing that not even among the indolent is it possible to find gluttony or carelessness in these regions, owing both to the scarcity of necessaries and the zeal of the inhabitants. But concerning the rest of his asceticism I do speak, for he was said to be in a continual ecstasy, and to spend a far longer time with God than with things sublunary. The following marvels are told of him. A certain Egyptian, enamored of a lady married to a husband, and being unable to seduce her, consulted a magician, saying, "Lead her to love me, or contrive that her husband reject her." And the magician, having received a sufficient sum, used magic spells and arranged for her to take the form of a mare. The husband, having come in and seen her, was surprised that a mare lay on his bed. He weeps and laments. He talks to the animal but gets no reply. He calls in the priests of the village. He brings them in, shows her to them, but does not discover what has happened. During 3 days she neither took fodder as a mare nor bread as a human being, thus deprived of both forms of nourishment. Finally, that God might be glorified and the virtue of the holy Macarius appear, it entered into her husband's heart to take her into the desert, and having put a halter on her as upon a horse, he led her into the desert. When they came near, the brethren stood by the cell of Macarius, struggling with the woman's husband, and saying, "Why did you bring this mare here?" He said to them, "That she may receive mercy." They said to him, "What is the matter?" The husband answered them, "She was my wife, and was turned into a mare, and today is the 3rd day that she has tasted nothing." They referred the matter to the saint who was praying within, for God had revealed the matter to him, and he was praying for her. The holy Macarius therefore answered the brethren and said to them, "You are horses, since you have the eyes of horses. For she is a woman, and has not been transformed, except in the eyes of deluded men." And he blessed water, and pouring it from the head downwards onto her bare skin, he prayed. And immediately he made her appear to all as a woman. Then giving her food, he made her eat, and sent her away with her husband, thanking the Lord. And he advised her thus, Never give up the church. Never stay away from the communion. For these things happened to you because you did not attend the mysteries for 5 weeks. Here is another example of his asceticism. He made in the course of time a tunnel running under the ground from his cell for half a stade, and finished it off at the end with a cave. And if ever a crowd of people troubled him, he would leave his cell secretly and go away to the cave, and no one would find him. Now one of his zealous disciples told us this, and said that he used to say 24 prayers on his way to the cave, and 24 as he returned. A report was prevalent concerning him that he raised a dead man in order to persuade a heretic who did not acknowledge that there was a bodily resurrection, and this report was current in the desert. Once a young man possessed with the devil was brought to him by his lamenting mother, bound to 2 young men, and the devil had this method of working. After eating 3 bushels of bread and drinking a beaker of water, he would belch out the food and dissolve it into vapor, for in this way what had been eaten and drunk was dissolved as it were by fire. For there is a class of demons called fiery. Since there are differences among demons, as also among men, not of nature but of character. This young man then, not receiving enough food from his mother, often ate his own dirt and drank his own water. As then his mother wept and implored the saint, he took the lad and prayed over him, beseeching God. And after a day or 2, the malady having eased a little, the holy Macarius said to her, "How much do you want him to eat?" She replied, 10 pounds of bread. So having rebuked her, saying this was too much, and having prayed over him with fasting for 7 days, he put him onto a regime of 3 pounds, with obligation to work. And so having cured him, he restored him to his mother. And this wonder God wrought through Macarius. I never met him, for he had fallen asleep a year before my entry into the desert. End of Part 2. Part 3 of the Lausiac History by Palladius, translated by W.K. Lowther Clark, B.D. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Macarius of Alexandria. But I did meet the other Macarius, the Alexandrian, a priest of the place called Calia. I sojourned in this Calia 9 years. He survived for 3 years of my stay there, and some things I saw for myself, some I heard from him, and some things again I heard from others. This then was the method of his asceticism. If ever he heard of any feat, he did the same thing perfectly. For instance, having heard from some that the monks of Tabanisi all through Lent eat only food that has not been near the fire, he decided for 7 years to eat nothing that had been through the fire, and except for raw vegetables, if any such were found, and moistened pulse, he tasted nothing. Having practiced this virtue to perfection, he heard about another man, that he ate a pound of bread, and having broken up his ration biscuit and put it into a vessel with a narrow mouth, he decided to eat just as much as his hand brought out. And he would tell the story thus in a joking manner. I seized hold of a number of pieces, but I could not extract them all at once by reason of the narrowness of the opening, for like a tax-gatherer it would not let me. So for 3 years he kept up this practice of asceticism, eating 4 or 5 ounces of bread, and drinking as much water and a pint of oil in the year. Here is another practice of his. He determined to dispense with sleep, and he told us how he did not go under a roof for 20 days, that he might conquer sleep, being burnt up by the sun's heat and shriveled up with cold by night. And he used to say this, "Unless I had soon gone under a roof and got some sleep, my brain would have so dried up as to drive me into delirium forever after. And I conquered so far as depended on me, but I gave way so far as depended on my nature that had need of sleep." As he sat early in the morning in his cell, a mosquito settled on his foot and stung him, and feeling the pain he squashed it with his hand after it was full of blood. So accusing himself for having taken vengeance, he condemned himself to sit naked for 6 months in the marsh of Skete, which is in the great desert. The mosquitoes there are like wasps, and even pierce the hides of wild boars. So then he was bitten all over, and developed so many swellings that some thought he had elephantiasis. Returning to his cell after 6 months, he was recognized by his voice that it was Macarius himself. Once he desired to enter the garden tomb of Janus and Jambres, so he told us. But this garden tomb had once belonged to the magicians who had great power long ago with Pharaoh. Forasmuch then as they had the power for long periods, they built their work with stones faced 4 square, and made their tomb there, and stored away much gold. They also planted trees, for the place is rather damp, and they dug a well besides. Since therefore the saint did not know the way, he followed the stars by a kind of guesswork, crossing the desert as one does at sea. Taking a bundle of reeds, he planted them 1 each mile as landmarks in order to find his way as he returned. So having traveled nearly 9 days, he approached the place. Then the demon, who always withstands the athletes of Christ, collected all the reeds and put them in his head as he slept about a mile from the garden tomb. So he arose and found the reeds, God having allowed this perhaps to try him further, that he might not trust in reeds, but in the pillar of cloud that led Israel 40 years in the desert. He used to say, 70 demons came out from the garden tomb to meet me, shouting and fluttering like crows against my face, and saying, "What do you want, Macarius? What do you want, monk? Why have you come to our place? You can't stay here." I told them, he said, "Let me just go in and look around and go away." So, he said, I went in and found a little brazen jar suspended and an iron chain against the well, rusted already by time, and some pomegranates with nothing inside because they had been dried up by the sun. So then he turned back and went on his way for 20 days. But when the water which he was carrying failed him, and also the loaves, he was in great distress. And when he was nearly collapsing, there appeared to him a maiden, so he declared, wearing a pure white robe and holding a cruse dripping with water. He said she was some distance, about a state, away from him, and he went on for 3 days, gazing at her as she stood with the vessel, and being unable to catch her up, as happens in dreams, but he lasted out sustained by the hope of drinking. After her appeared a herd of antelopes, one of which with a calf stopped. There are many in those regions. And he said that her udder was flowing with milk. So creeping under her and sucking, he was satisfied. And the antelope went as far as his cell, giving him milk, but not allowing her own calf to suck. On another occasion, while digging a well near to some vegetable shoots, he was bitten by an asp. Now this beast is able to cause death, and having taken it with both hands, he seized it by the jaws and pulled it in pieces, saying to it, "When God did not send you, how did you dare to come?" Now he had several cells in the desert, one in Skete, the great interior desert, and one in the Libyan desert, and one at the so-called Calia, and one on Mount Nitria. Some of these are without windows, and in these he was said to sit during Lent in darkness. Another was too narrow for him to stretch out his feet in it. Another, in which he met his visitors, was more spacious. He healed so great a crowd of demoniacs that they cannot be counted. When we were there, a high-born maiden was brought from Thessalonica, paralyzed for many years. He rubbed her for 20 days with holy oil, with his own hands, praying the while, and sent her back to her city restored to health. After she had gone, she sent him many generous gifts. Having heard that the monks of Tabanisi had a splendid rule of life, he changed his clothes and put on the secular garments of a workman, and went a 15 days' journey to the Thebaid, traveling through the desert. And having come to the monastery of the Tabanisians, he asked for their archimandrite, Pachomius by name, a man of great reputation and possessing the gift of prophecy, though the story of Macarius had not been revealed to him. So meeting him, he said, I pray you, receive me into your monastery that I may become a monk. Pachomius said to him, You have already reached old age, and you cannot be an ascetic. The brethren are ascetics, and you cannot endure their labors. You will be offended and will depart, cursing them. And he did not receive him either the first day or the second, till 7 days had passed. But he persisted in waiting, fasting all the time, and at last he said to him, Receive me, Father, and if I do not fast as they do, and work, order me to be driven out. He persuaded the brethren to admit him. Now the total number of the occupants of the first monastery was 1,400 men, and remained so up to this day. Well, he entered. When a little time had passed, Lent came on, and he saw each man practicing different ways of asceticism, one eating in the evening only, another every 2 days, another every 5, another again standing all night but sitting down by day. So having moistened palm leaves in large numbers, he stood in a corner, and until the 40 days were completed, and Easter had come, ate no bread and drank no water, neither knelt down nor reclined, and apart from a few cabbage leaves took nothing, and them only on Sunday, that he might appear to eat. And if ever he went out in obedience to nature, he quickly came in again and took his stand, speaking to no one, and not opening his mouth, but standing in silence. And apart from prayer in his heart, and the palm leaves in his hands, he was doing nothing. All the ascetics, therefore, seeing this, raised a revolt against the superior, saying, Where did you get this fleshless man from to condemn us? Either drive him out, or know that we are all going. Pachomius, therefore, having heard the details of his observance, prayed to God that the identity of the stranger might be revealed to him. And it was revealed, and he took him by the hand and led him to the house of prayer, where the altar was, and said to him, Here, good old man, you are Macarius, and you hid it from me. For many years I have been longing to see you. I thank you for letting my children feel your fist, lest they should be proud of their ascetic achievements. Now go away to your own place, for you have edified us sufficiently, and pray for us. Then he went away as asked. On another occasion he told us this story. Having perfected every kind of life that I desired, then I had another desire. I desired to keep my mind for 5 days only undistracted from the contemplation of God. And having determined this, I barred the cell and enclosure, so as not to have to answer any man, and I took my stand, beginning at the 2nd hour. So I gave this commandment to my mind. Do not descend from heaven. There you have angels, archangels, the powers on high, the God of all. Do not descend below heaven. And having lasted out 2 days and 2 nights, I exasperated the demon, so that he became a flame of fire, and burned up all the things in the cell, so that even the little mat on which I stood was consumed with fire, and I thought I was being all burned up. Finally, stricken with fear, I left off on the 3rd day, being unable to keep my mind free from distraction, but I descended to contemplation of the world, lest vanity should be imputed to me. Once I visited this holy Macarius, and found a village priest lying just outside his cell, whose head was all eaten away by the disease called cancer, and the actual bone appeared on the crown of his head. He had come to be healed, and Macarius would not grant him an interview. So I besought him, I pray you, pity him, and give him his answer. And he said to me, He does not deserve to be healed, for it has been sent him as a punishment. But if you want him to be healed, persuade him to give up taking services, for he was taking services, though living in fornication, and for this reason he is being punished, and God is healing his soul." So when I said this to the afflicted man, he consented, and swore that he would no longer exercise his priesthood. Then he received him and said, "Do you believe that God is?" He said to him, "Yes." "Were you able to mock God?" "No," he answered. He said, "If you recognize your sin and the chastening of God, on account of which you suffered this, reform yourself henceforward." So he confessed his fault and gave a promise that he would sin no more, nor take the service, but embrace the position of a layman. Then he laid his hands on him, and in a few days he was cured, and the hair grew, and he went away healed. Before my eyes a young lad was brought to him possessed by an evil spirit. So putting one hand on his head and the other on his heart, he prayed so much that he made him hang in mid-air. Then the boy swelled like a wineskin, and festered so that he became a mass of erysipelas. And having cried out suddenly, he produced water through all his senses, and calming down returned to his original size. So he anointed him with holy oil, and handed him to his father, and having poured water upon him, ordered that he should touch neither flesh nor wine for 40 days, and so he healed him. One day vainglorious thoughts troubled him, driving him out from the cell, and suggesting to him, as if by a divine dispensation, that he should visit the city of the Romans to cure the sick, for grace acted powerfully in him against evil spirits. And when for a long while he would not obey, but was being vehemently pressed, falling on the doorstep of his cell, he put his feet outside and said, "Drag me, demons, pull me, for I am not going with my feet. If you can take me, then I will go." He swore to them, "Here I lie until evening. Unless you shake me, I will not listen to you." So having lain there a long while, he got up. But when night came on, they attacked him again, and having filled a 2-bushel basket with sand, and put it on his shoulders, he tramped about in the desert. Theosevius the Cosmetor, an Antiochian by race, met him and said to him, "What are you carrying, Father? Give me the burden, and don't trouble yourself." But he said to him, "I trouble my troubler, for he is insatiable and tempts me to go out." So having tramped about for a long time, he went into his cell, having punished his body. This holy Macarius told me the following, for he was a priest. I noticed at the time of distributing the mysteries that it was never I which gave the oblation to Marcus the ascetic, but an angel used to give it him from the altar. I saw only the knuckle of the donor's hand. Now this Marcus was a young man who learned by heart the Old and New Testaments, exceedingly meek and continent beyond all others. One day, having leisure, Macarius then being in extreme old age, I went off and sat by his door, thinking him superhuman, seeing that he was so old, and listened to what he said and what he did. He was quite alone inside, being already 100 years old, and having lost his teeth, he was writing with himself and the devil and saying, "What do you want, bad old man? See, you have had oil and have taken some wine. What do you want more, you white-haired glutton?" Scolding himself. Then to the devil, "Do I owe you anything now? You won't find anything. Go away from me." And as if humming to himself, he was saying, "Here, you white-haired glutton, how long shall I be with you?" Paphnutius, his disciple, told us that one day a hyena took her whelp, which was blind, and brought it to Macarius. And having knocked with her head at the door of the enclosure, she entered, Macarius sitting outside his cell, and threw the young one down at his feet. And he took it and spat on its eyes and prayed, and immediately it recovered its sight. And its mother, having suckled it, took it and went away. And on the next day she brought the saint the fleece of a large sheep. And the blessed Melania said this to me, I got that fleece from Macarius as a gift to a visitor. And what marvel, if he who tamed the lions for Daniel also made the hyena intelligent? And he said that from the day he was baptized he never spat on the ground, it being then 60 years from his baptism. As to his bodily form, he was rather short and beardless, having no hairs except on his lips and on the tip of his chin, for owing to the excess of his asceticism, the hairs of his beard did not even sprout. One day when I was suffering from anxiety, I went to him and said, Father, what shall I do? Since my thoughts afflict me, saying, You are making no progress, go away from here. And he said to me, Tell them, for Christ's sake I am guarding the walls. I have told you these few stories out of many relating to the holy Macarius. Chapter 19. Moses the Robber. A certain Moses, this was his name, an Ethiopian by race and black, was house servant to a government official. His own master drove him out because of his immorality and brigandage, for he was said to go even the length of murder. I am compelled to tell his wicked acts in order to show the virtue of his repentance. Anyhow, they used to say that he was leader of a robber band, and among his acts of brigandage one stood out specially, that once he plotted vengeance against a shepherd who had one night with his dogs impeded him in a project. Desirous to kill him, he looked about to find the place where the shepherd kept his sheep, and he was informed that it was on the opposite bank of the Nile. And since the river was in flood and about a mile in extent, he grasped his sword in his mouth and put his shirt on his head, and so got over, swimming the river. While he was swimming over, the shepherd was able to escape him by burying himself in the sand. So having killed the 4 best rams and tied them together with a cord, he swam back. And having come to a little homestead, he flayed the sheep, and having eaten the best of the flesh, and sold the skins in exchange for wine, he drank a quart, that is 18 Italian pints, and went off 50 miles further to where he had his band. In the end, this abandoned man, conscience-stricken as a result of one of his adventures, gave himself up to a monastery and to such practicing of asceticism that he brought publicly to the knowledge of Christ even his accomplice in crime from his youth, the demon who had sinned with him. Among other tales this is told of him. One day robbers attacked him as he sat in his cell, not knowing who it was. They were 4 in number. He tied them all together, and putting them on his back like a truss of straw, brought them to the church of the brethren, saying, Since I am not allowed to hurt anyone, what do you bid me do with these? Then these robbers, having confessed their sins and recognized that it was Moses, the erstwhile renowned and far-famed robber, themselves also glorified God and renounced the world because of his conversion, saying to themselves, If he who was so great and powerful in brigandage has feared God, why should we defer our salvation? This Moses was attacked by demons, who tried to plunge him into his old habit of sexual incontinence. He was tempted so greatly, as he himself testified, that he almost relinquished his purpose. So having come to the great Isidore, the one who lived in Skete, he told him about his conflict. And he said to him, Do not be grieved. These are the beginnings, and therefore they have attacked you the more vehemently, seeking out your old habit. For just as a dog in a butcher's shop, owing to its habits, cannot tear himself away, but if the shop is closed and no one gives him anything, he no longer comes near it. So also with you. If you endure, the demon gets discouraged and has to leave you. So he returned, and from that hour practiced asceticism more vehemently, and especially refrained from food, taking nothing except dry bread to the extent of 12 ounces, accomplishing a great deal of work, and completing 50 prayers a day. Thus he mortified his body, but he still continued to burn and be troubled by dreams. Again he went to another one of the saints and said to him, "What am I to do, seeing that the dreams of my soul darken my reason, by reason of my sinful habits?" He said to him, "Because you have not withdrawn your mind from imagining these things, that is why you endure this. Give yourself to watching and pray with fasting, and you will quickly be delivered from them." Listening to this advice also, he went away to his cell, and gave his word that he would not sleep all night nor bend his knees. So he remained in his cell for 6 years, and every night he stood in the middle of the cell praying and not closing his eyes, and he could not master the thing. So he suggested to himself yet another plan, and going out by night he would visit the cells of the older and more ascetic monks, and taking their water pots secretly would fill them with water, for they fetched their water from a distance, some from 2 miles off, some 5 miles, others half a mile. So one night the demon watched for him, having lost his patience, and as he stooped down at the well gave him a blow with a cudgel across the loins and left him apparently dead, with no perception of what he had suffered or from whom. So the next day a man came to draw water, and found him lying there, and told the great Isidore, the priest of Skete. He therefore picked him up and brought him to the church, and for a year he was so ill that with difficulty did his body and soul recover strength. So the great Isidore said to him, "Moses, stop struggling with the demons and do not provoke them." But he said to him, "I will never cease until the appearance of the demon ceases." So he said to him, "In the name of Jesus Christ, your dreams have ceased. Come to communion then with confidence, for that you should not boast of having overcome passion, this is why you have been oppressed, for your good." And he went away again to his cell. Afterwards, when asked by Isidore, some 2 months later, he said that he no longer suffered anything. Indeed, he was counted worthy of such a gift of power over demons that we fear these flies more than he feared demons. This was the manner of life of Moses the Ethiopian. He too was numbered among the great ones of the fathers. So he died in Skete 75 years old, having become a priest, and he left 70 disciples. Chapter 20. Paul. There is a mountain in Egypt called Firma, which borders on the great desert of Skete. On this mountain dwell some 500 men, devotees of asceticism. One of them, a man named Paul, had this manner of life. He touched no work, and no business, nor did he receive anything from any man beyond what he ate. But his work and his asceticism consisted in ceaseless prayer. So he had 300 set prayers, and he collected as many pebbles, and kept them in his lap, and threw them out of his lap 1 pebble at each prayer. Having gone for an interview with Macarius, the one known as Citizen, he said to him, "Father Macarius, I am afflicted." So he compelled him to say for what reason. But he said to him, "In a certain village there dwells a virgin who has lived the ascetic life for 30 years. They have told me of her that except on Saturday and Sunday she never eats, but all the while dragging out the long weeks and eating at intervals of 5 days, she makes 700 prayers. And when I learned this I despaired of myself, because I could not make more than 300. The holy Macarius answered him, "I am now 60 years old. I make 100 set prayers, and produce my food by my own work, and give the brethren the interviews that are their due, and my reason does not condemn me as having neglected my duty. But if you say 300, and are condemned by your conscience, you are clearly not praying them with purity, or else you could pray more, and do not." End of Part 3. Part 4 of the Lausiac History by Palladius, translated by W.K. Lowther Clark, B.D. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Eulogius and the Cripple. Chronius, the priest of Nitria, told me this. When I was young, and because of anxiety fled from the monastery of my Archimandrite, I came in my wanderings to the mountain of the holy Antony. It lay between Babylon and Heracles, in the great desert that leads to the Red Sea, about 30 miles from the river. So having come to Antony's monastery by the river, where his 2 disciples dwelt at the place called Pisper, Macarius and Amatus, who also buried him when he died, I waited 5 days for an interview with the holy Antony, for he was said to visit this monastery at intervals now of 10 days, now of 20, now of 5, as God led him, to do good to those who happened to visit the monastery. So a number of brethren were assembled, one with this need, another with that. Among them was a certain Eulogius, a monk of Alexandria, and another man, a cripple, who had come for the following reason. This Eulogius was a learned man, having had a good all-round education, who, smitten with a love of immorality, renounced the clamors of the world, and disposing of all his goods, left himself a little money, since he was unable to work. Well, suffering from anxiety, and wishing neither to enter a convent, nor to reach perfection alone, he found a man lying in the marketplace, a cripple, with neither hands nor feet. His tongue was the only part of his body that was undamaged, and was used to appeal to the passer-by. So Eulogius stood and gazed at him, and prayed to God, and made a covenant with God, saying, Lord, in thy name I take this cripple, and comfort him until death, that I also may be saved through him. Grant me patience to serve him. And approaching the crippled man, he said to him, Would you like me, great one, to take you to my house and comfort you? He said to him, Yes, indeed. Then shall I get an ass and take you? He agreed. So he fetched an ass and carried him, and brought him to his own guest chamber, and took care of him. Well, the cripple lasted on for 15 years, and was nursed by him, being washed and tended by the hands of Eulogius, and fed in a way suitable to his malady. But after the 15 years a demon attacked him, and he rebelled against Eulogius. And he began to dress the men down with great abuse and reviling, adding, Assassin, deserter, you stole other folks' property, and you want to be saved through me. Throw me into the marketplace. I want meat. He brought him meat. Again he cried out, I am not satisfied. I want crowds. I want to be in the marketplace. Oh, the violence! Put me where you found me. If he had had hands, he would have quickly strangled him. To such an extent had the demon infuriated him. So Eulogius went off to the neighboring ascetics and said to them, What shall I do, because this cripple has brought me to despair? Am I to cast him out? I pledged myself to God, and I am afraid. But am I not to cast him out? He gives me bad days and nights, so that I do not know what to do to him. But they said to him, While the great one is still alive, for so they called Antony, put the cripple in a boat and go to him, and take him to the monastery, and wait till Antony comes out from the cave, and refer the case to him. And whatever he says to you, go by his decision, for God speaks to you by him. And he heard them patiently, and putting the cripple into a rustic boat, went out by night from the city, and took him to the monastery of the disciples of the holy Antony. Now it happened that the great man came the next day in the late evening, as Chronius had said, wrapped in a cloak of skin. When he reached the monastery, this was his custom, to summon Macarius and ask him, Brother Macarius, have any brethren come here? He answered, Yes. Egyptians or from Jerusalem? And he had given him a sign. If you see them inclined to be careless, say Egyptians. But when they are more serious and studious, say from Jerusalem. So he asked him as usual, Are the brethren Egyptians or from Jerusalem? Macarius answered and said to him, A mixture. Now when he said to him, they are Egyptians, the holy Antony would say to him, "Prepare some lentils and give them a meal," and he would utter a prayer for them and say goodbye. But when he said from Jerusalem, he would sit up all night, talking to them about salvation. So that night he sat down, Chronius says, and called them all to him, and though none had told him what name he bore, called out in the dark and said, "Evlogius, Evlogius, Evlogius," 3 times. He, the learned man, did not answer, thinking that another Evlogius was being called. He said to him again, "I am speaking to you, Evlogius, the man who came from Alexandria." Evlogius said to him, "What are your commandments, I pray?" "Why have you come?" Evlogius answered and said to him, "He that revealed to you my name hath also revealed to you my business." Antony said to him, "I know why you came, but speak before all the brethren, that they also may hear." Evlogius said to him, "I found this cripple in the marketplace, and I pledged myself to God that I would nurse him, and so be saved through him and he through me. So since after all these years he torments me to distraction, and I contemplated casting him out, on this account I came to your holiness, in order that you might counsel me what I ought to do, and pray for me, for I am terribly distressed." Antony said to him with angry and stern voice, "Cast him out? But he who made him does not cast him out. Will you cast him out? God will raise up a man better than you, and he will succor him." Evlogius, who had been calm up till now, trembled, and Antony, leaving Evlogius, began to castigate the cripple with his tongue and cry, "You crippled and maimed man, deserving neither earth nor heaven, will you not cease fighting against God? Do you not know that it is Christ who is serving you? How dare you utter such words against Christ? Was it not for Christ's sake that he made himself a slave to minister to you?" So having reprimanded him, he left him alone too. And having conversed with all the rest about their needs, he returned to Evlogius and the cripple, and said to them, "Do not wander about any more. Go away. Do not be separated from one another, except in your cell in which you have dwelt so long. For already God is sending for you. For this temptation has come upon you, because you are both near your end, and are about to be counted worthy of crowns. Do nothing else, therefore, and may the angel, when he comes, not find you here." So they journeyed in haste and came to their cell, and within 40 days Evlogius died, and in 3 days more the cripple died too. But Chronius, after staying in the regions around the Thebaid, came down to the monasteries of Alexandria. And it happened that the services for the 40th day of the one and the 3rd day of the other were being celebrated by the brethren. Chronius learned this and was amazed, and having taken a gospel and put it before the brethren, took an oath, after telling what had happened, and said, "I was blessed Antony's interpreter in these conversations, since he does not know Greek. For I know both tongues and interpreted to them, speaking to these two in Greek, to Antony in Egyptian." And Chronius told the story also. "In that night blessed Antony told me this: For a whole year I prayed that the place of the just and of sinners might be revealed to me. And I saw a tall giant reaching to the clouds, black, with his hands stretched up to heaven, and under him a lake as vast as the sea, and I saw souls flying like birds. And as many as flew over his hands and head were saved, but as many as were struck by his hands fell into the lake. Then came a voice to me saying, These souls of the righteous which thou seest flying are the souls which are saved for paradise. But the others are those which are drawn down to hell, having followed the desires of the flesh and revenge." Chapter 22. Paul the Simple. Chronius and the holy hierarchs, and a number of others, about whom I shall presently speak, told me this tale also. A certain Paul, a rustic peasant, exceedingly guileless and simple, was wedded to a most beautiful woman of depraved character, who for a very long while concealed her sins from him. However, Paul came in suddenly from work and found his wife and her lover behaving shamefully, Providence thus guiding Paul to what was best for himself. And laughing discreetly he called to them and said, "Good, good, I don't mind truly. By Jesus, I'll take her no longer. Go, you have her and her children, for I am going to become a monk." And saying nothing to anyone, he hastened along the 8 stages and went to the blessed Antony and knocked at the door. He came out and asked him, "What do you want?" He said to him, "I want to become a monk." Antony answered and said to him, "You are an old man, 60 years old. You cannot become a monk here, but rather go back to your village and work and live an active life giving thanks to God, for you cannot endure the tribulations of the desert." The old man answered again and said, "Whatever you teach me, I will do it." Antony said to him, "I have told you that you are an old man and cannot stand it. If you really want to become a monk, go to a conobium with a number of brethren who can support your weakness. For I live here alone, eating after a 5 days' fast, and that without satisfying my hunger." With these and such like words he tried to frighten Paul away, and, since he could not endure him, Antony shut the door and did not go out for 3 days because of him, not even for necessary purposes. But Paul did not go away. But on the 4th day, necessity compelling him, he opened the door and went out and said to him again, "Go away from here, old man. Why do you annoy me? You cannot stay here." Paul said to him, "It is impossible for me to die elsewhere than here." So Antony looked about and noticed that he had not with him any form of nourishment, neither bread nor water, and that he was now in the 4th day of his fast, and saying, "Lest perchance you die and stain my soul," he received him. And Antony adopted in those days a regime which he had never tried in his youth, and having moistened some palm leaves, he said to him, "Take these, weave them into mats as I do." The old man wove until the 9th hour, laboriously completing 90 feet. So Antony looked and was displeased and said to him, "You have woven badly. Unpick them and weave them over again," imposing this nauseous task upon him, though he was hungry and aged, in order that he might be disgusted and flee away from Antony. But he both unpicked and wove again the same leaves, though it was more difficult, because they were all shriveled up. And Antony, seeing that he neither murmured, nor was discouraged, nor angry, felt compunction. And after sunset he said to him, "Would you like us to eat a piece of bread?" Paul said to him, "As you please, Father." And this again moved Antony, that he did not rush eagerly at the mention of food, but had thrown the power of choice upon him. So he laid the table and brought in bread. And Antony, having put out the biscuits, weighing 6 ounces each, moistened 1 for himself, for they were dry, and 3 for Paul. And Antony struck up a psalm which he knew, and after singing it 12 times, he prayed 12 times to test Paul. But he eagerly joined in the prayer, for he would have preferred being eaten by scorpions, so I think, to living with an adulterous woman. But after the 12 prayers they sat down to eat late in the evening. Now Antony, having eaten the 1 biscuit, did not touch another. But the old man, eating more slowly, was still at his little biscuit. Antony was waiting for him to finish, and says to him, "Eat, Father, a 2nd biscuit." Paul says to him, "If you will eat, I will too. If you do not eat, I will not." Antony says, "I have had enough, for I am a monk." Paul says to him, "I too have had enough, for I too want to become a monk." He rises again and prays 12 prayers and chants 12 psalms. Antony sleeps a little of his first sleep, and then gets up to sing psalms at midnight until day. So when he saw the old man eagerly following his mode of life, he said to him, If you can do thus every day, stay with me." Paul said to him, "If there is anything more, I do not know, for I can do easily these things which I have seen." Antony said to him the next day, "Behold, you have become a monk." So Antony, convinced after the required number of months that Paul had a perfect soul, being very simple and grace cooperating with him, made him a cell 3 or 4 miles away, and said to him, "Behold, you have become a monk. Remain alone in order that you may be tried by demons." So Paul dwelt there 1 year, and was counted worthy of grace over demons and diseases. Among other cases, a demoniac was once brought to Antony, exceedingly terrifying, possessed by a spirit of high rank, who cursed even heaven itself. So Antony, having examined him, said to those who brought him, "This is not my work, for I have not yet been counted worthy of power over this order of high rank, but this is Paul's business." So Antony went off and led them to Paul, and said to him, "Father Paul, cast out this demon from the man, that he may go away cured to his home." Said Paul to him, "What are you doing?" Antony said to him, "I have no leisure. I have something else to do." And Antony left him and went again to his own cell. So the old man got up, and having prayed an effective prayer, addressed the demoniac. "Father Antony has said, 'Go out from the man.'" But the demon cried out, saying with blasphemies, "I am not going out, bad old man." So Paul took his sheepskin coat and struck the man on the back with it, saying, "Father Antony has said, 'Go out.'" Again the demon cursed with some violence both Antony and him. Finally he said to him, "You are going out, or else I'll go and tell Christ. By Jesus, if you don't go out, I am going this very minute to tell Christ, and he will do you harm." Again the demon cursed yet more, saying, "I am not going out." So Paul got angry with the demon, and went outside his dwelling at high noon. But the heat of the Egyptians is akin to the furnace of Babylonia. And standing on a rock on the mountain he prayed and said, "O Jesus Christ, who was crucified under Pontius Pilate, thou seest that I will not descend from the rock. I will not eat nor drink till I die, unless thou drive out the spirit from the man and free the man." But before the words were out of his mouth, the demon cried out, saying, "O violence, I am being driven away. The simplicity of Paul drives me away. And where am I to go?" And immediately the spirit went out, and was turned into a great dragon 70 cubits long, and was swept away to the Red Sea, that the saying might be fulfilled, "The righteous will declare the fate that is shown." This is the marvelous tale of Paul, who was surnamed Simple by all the brotherhood. Chapter 23. Pacon. There dwelt in Skete a man named Pacon, who had reached his 60th year or thereabouts. Now I happened to be dejected, having been tormented by the love of women, both in my waking thoughts and my nocturnal visions. And I was nearly leaving the desert, passion driving me, yet I did not refer the matter to my neighbors, nor to my teacher Evagrius. But I journeyed secretly into the great desert, and spent 15 days in meeting the fathers who had grown old in the desert at Skete. Among others I met Pacon. Well, finding him more guileless and better versed in asceticism than the rest, I was bold to refer to him the state of my mind, and he said to me, "Let not the affair disconcert you, for you are not suffering this from negligence, for the place is a witness in your favor, both because of the lack of necessaries and the absence of facilities for meeting women. But rather it comes from your zeal, for the war against impurity is triple. At one time the flesh attacks us because it is vigorous. At another the passions attack us through our thoughts. At another the demon himself in malice. I have found this after much observation. Look how you see me, an old man now. I have spent 40 years in this cell, caring for my own salvation, and growing to be as old as this, I have been tempted all the while." And he said this, confirming it with an oath. For 12 years after my 50th year, the demon gave me no respite in his attacks by night and day. Supposing therefore that God had left me, and on this account I was under his power, I preferred to die in an irrational manner rather than act improperly through bodily passion. And having gone out and explored the desert, I found a hyena's cave, in which cave I laid myself down naked in the daytime, in order that the beast, when they came out, might eat me. So when evening came, as it is written, Thou madest darkness, and night came, in it all the beasts of the forest will roam. The beast came out, male and female, and smelt me, licking me from head to foot. And when I was expecting to be eaten up, they left me. So having lain down all night, I was not eaten. But reckoning that God had spared me, I returned again to the cell. Well, the demon, having restrained himself a few days, then attacked me again more vehemently than at first, so that I very nearly blasphemed. He changed himself into an Ethiopian maiden, whom I had once seen in my youth in the summer-time picking reeds, and sat on my knee. So in a fury I gave her a blow, and she disappeared. Well, for 2 years I could not bear the evil smell of my hand, so I went out into the great desert, wandering up and down discouraged and in despair, and having found a little asp, I picked it up and applied it to my flesh, in order that I might die, even though it were by a bite of this kind. And I rubbed the beast's head on my flesh, as the cause of my temptation, but I was not bitten. Then I heard a voice saying in my thoughts, Go, Pacon, struggle on, for this is why I have left you to be tyrannized over, that you should not be proud, as if you had any strength, but recognizing your weakness, should not trust in your manner of life, but run for the help of God. Thus convinced, I returned and dwelt in confidence, and no longer troubling about the war, I was in peace the rest of my days. But he, knowing how I despised him, no longer came near me. Chapter 24. Stephen. One Stephen, a Libyan by race, dwelt on the shores of Marmatica and the Mariotes for 60 years. He became an ascetic of great eminence with a gift of discernment, and was counted worthy of such a gift of grace that every afflicted man, whatever his affliction, went away free from affliction after meeting him. Now he was known to the blessed Antony, and he lived on also to our own days. I never met him, because his place was so far away. But the holy Ammonius and Evagrius and their companions who met him told me the following. We found him suffering from an illness like this, having developed an ulcer of the sort called cancerous. We discovered him being treated by a doctor, and working with his hands and weaving palm leaves and talking to us, while the rest of his body was being operated on. He was behaving just as if another man were being cut. Though the flesh was cut away like hair, he was insensible, thanks to the greatness of his religious preparation. But while we were on the one hand grieving, and on the other hand feeling disgusted that such a life had ended in such suffering, in such surgical operations, he said to us, Children, do not be troubled by this affair, for God does nothing of what he does for malice, but for a good end. For perhaps my flesh deserves chastisement, and it is fitting that it should pay the penalty now, rather than when I have quitted the arena. So he edified us with his exhortations and encouragements. But I have told this lest we should be disconcerted when we see saints suffering such afflictions. Chapter 25. Valens. There was a man named Valens, a Palestinian by race, but Corinthian in his character, for St. Paul attributed the vice of presumption to the Corinthians. Having taken to the desert, he dwelt with us for a number of years. He reached such a pitch of arrogance that he was deceived by demons. For by deceiving him little by little, they induced him to be very proud, supposing that angels met him. One day at least, so they told the tale, as he was working in the dark, he let drop the needle with which he was stitching the basket. And when he did not find it, the demon made a lamp, and he found the needle. Again, Puffed up at this, he waxed proud, and in fact was so greatly puffed up that he despised the communion of the mysteries. Now it happened that certain strangers came and brought sweetmeats to the church for the brethren. So the holy Macarius, our priest, received them, and sent a handful or so to each of us in his cell, among the rest also to Valens. When Valens received the bearer, he insulted him, and struck him, and said to him, "Go and tell Macarius, I am not worse than you, that you should send me a blessing." So Macarius, knowing that he was the victim of illusion, went the next day to exhort him, and said to him, "Valens, you are the victim of illusions. Stop it." And when he would not listen to his exhortations, he retired. So the demon, convinced that he was completely persuaded by his deception, went away and disguised himself as the Savior, and came by night in a vision of 1,000 angels bearing lamps and a fiery wheel, in which it seemed that the Savior appeared, and one came in front of the others and said, "Christ has loved you because of your conduct and the freedom of your life, and he has come to see you. So go out of the cell, do nothing else but look at his face from afar, stoop down and worship, and then go to your cell." So he went out and saw them in ranks carrying lamps, and Antichrist about a state away, and he fell down and worshipped. Then the next day again he became so mad that he entered into the church, and before the assembled brotherhood said, "I have no need of communion, for I have seen Christ today." Then the fathers bound him and put him in irons for a year, and so cured him, destroying his pride by their prayers and indifference and calmer mode of life. As it is said, diseases are cured by their opposites. But it is necessary to insert in this little book the lives of men like this, for the safety of the readers, in the same way as there was the tree of knowledge of good and evil among the holy trees of paradise, in order that, if ever a righteous act should be achieved by them, they may not be proud of their virtue. For often even virtue becomes the cause of a fall, whenever it is not accomplished with upright intention. For it is written, "I saw a just man destroyed in his just act, and this thing is indeed vanity." Chapter 26. Heron. There was a certain Heron, a neighbor of mine, an Alexandrian by race, an excellent young man, of good natural ability and pure in his life. He also, after many toils, was attacked by pride, and flung off all restraints, and cherished presumptuous sentiments against the fathers, insulting even the blessed Evagrius by saying, "Those who obey your teaching are dupes, for one should not pay heed to any teachers except Christ." He even abused Scripture to serve the purpose of his folly, and would say, "The Saviour himself said, 'Call no man teacher upon the earth.'" His mind became so darkened that he too was afterwards put in irons, since he was unwilling even to attend the mysteries. Truth is dear. He was excessively abstemious in his mode of life, so that many who knew him intimately declared that he frequently went 3 months without eating, being content with the communion of the mysteries and any wild herbs that might be found. And I too had an experience of him when I went to Skete with the blessed Albanius. Skete was 40 miles away from us. In the course of those 40 miles we ate twice and drank water 3 times. But he, without eating anything, went on foot and said by heart 15 psalms, then the long psalm, then the epistle to the Hebrews, then Isaiah and part of Jeremiah, then Luke the evangelist, then the Proverbs. And things being so, yet we could not keep up with him as he walked. Finally, driven as it were by fire, he could not remain in his cell, but went off to Alexandria, by divine dispensation, and as the saying goes, knocked out one nail with another. For of his own free will he fell into indifference, but afterwards found salvation involuntarily. For he frequented the theatre and circuses, and enjoyed the diversions of the taverns, and thus eating and drinking immoderately, he fell into a mire of concupiscence. And when he was resolving to sin, he met an actress and had converse with her. In consequence, a carbuncle developed on his private parts, and for 6 months he was so ill that the parts rotted away and fell off. Later, restored to health without those parts and returned to a religious frame of mind, he came and confessed all these things to the fathers. A few days after, he fell asleep before he had returned to work. Chapter 27. Ptolemy. Again, another monk, Ptolemy by name, lived a life difficult, even impossible to describe. He dwelt beyond Skete in a place called Climax. The place which bears this name is one in which no one can live, because the well of the brethren is 18 miles away. He then, carrying a number of pots, brought them there, and collecting the dew with a sponge from the rocks during the months of December and January, for there is a plentiful fall of dew then in those parts, he made this suffice during the 15 years he lived there. And he became a stranger to the teaching of holy men, in intercourse with them, and the benefit derived therefrom, and the constant communion of the mysteries, and diverged so greatly from the straight way that he declared these things were nothing. But they say he is wandering about in Egypt up to the present day, all puffed up with pride, and has given himself over to gluttony and drunkenness, speaking no edifying word to any one. And this disaster fell on Ptolemy from his irrational conceit, as it is written, "They who have no directing influence fall like leaves." End of Part 4. Part 5 of the Lausiac History by Palladius, translated by W.K. Lowther Clark, B.D. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. A Virgin Who Fell. Again, I knew a virgin in Jerusalem, who wore sackcloth for 6 years, and shut herself up in a cell, taking none of the things that bestow pleasure. In the end she fell, abandoned by God, because of her excessive arrogance. She opened the window and admitted the man who waited on her, and sinned with him, because she had practiced asceticism not with a religious motive and for the love of God, but with human ostentation, which springs from vainglory and corrupt intention. For, her thoughts being engrossed in condemning others, the guardian of her chastity was absent. Chapter 29. Elias. Elias, an ascetic, was a great friend of the virgins, for there are some souls like this, whose virtuous aims testify to their goodness. He had compassion on the class of women ascetics, and having property in the city of Anthribi, built a great monastery, and brought into the monastery all the dispersed women, caring for them consistently with his purpose, and procured them every kind of refreshment, and gardens and utensils and whatever their life required. These ladies, brought from different sorts of lives, had continual fights with one another. Now, since he was obliged to listen to them and make peace, for he collected some 300 of them, he found it necessary to remain in their midst for 2 years. Being still young, for he was some 30 to 40 years old, he was tempted by desire. And having left the monastery, he wandered fasting in the desert for 2 days, making this request in his prayer: "Lord, either kill me, that I may not see these women in trouble, or take away my passion, that I may care for them in a rational way." When evening had come, he fell asleep in the desert, and 3 angels came to him, so he told the story, and caught hold of him, and said, "Why did you leave the monastery of the women?" He explained the matter to them, "Because I was afraid I might harm both them and myself." They said to him, "Then, if we relieve you of the passion, will you go and care for them?" He agreed to this. They made him swear an oath. He said this was the oath: "Swear to us By him who cares for me, I will care for them." And he swore to them. Then one of them seized his hands, and another his feet, and a third, taking a razor, unmanned him, not really, but in the vision. So he seemed to himself to have been cured, so to say, in the trance. They asked him, "Do you feel any benefit?" He said to them, "I feel greatly lightened, and am persuaded that I am relieved of my passion." They said to him, "Go away then." And he returned after 5 days, the monastery mourning for him the while, and went in, and remained inside henceforward, in an adjoining cell, from which, being near at hand, he corrected them continually, so far as he could. But he lived 40 years more, always assuring the fathers, "Passion comes no more into my mind." Such was the gift of grace of that holy man who thus looked after the monastery. Chapter 30. Dorotheos. He was succeeded by Dorotheos, a well-tried man who had grown old in a good and active life. Not being able to stay in the monastery itself, as Elias had done, he shut himself up in an upper chamber, and made a window looking on to the women's monastery, which he used to shut and open. So he would sit continually at the window, reminding them to keep the peace. And so he grew old up there in the upper chamber, without either the women going up to him, or himself being able to come down to them, for there was no ladder fixed. Chapter 31. Piamun. Piamun was a virgin, who lived the years of her life with her mother, eating every other day in the evening and spinning flax. She was accounted worthy of the gift of prophecy, of which this is an example. It happened once in Egypt during the overflow of the Nile that one village attacked another, for they fight over the distribution of the water, so that murders and woundings ensue. Well, a stronger village attacked her village, and men came in a crowd with spears and clubs to destroy her village. But an angel appeared to her, revealing to her their attack, and sending for the elders of the village, she said, "Go out and meet the men who are coming against you from that village, lest you also perish with the village, and urge them to cease from their malice." But the elders were afraid, and fell at her feet, beseeching her, and saying to her, "We dare not meet them, for we know their drunkenness and madness. But if you have pity both on the whole village and your own house, go out yourself and meet them." Not agreeing to this, she went up to her own cottage, it was night at the time, and stood continually in prayer, not kneeling down, and beseeching God thus, "O Lord, who judgest the earth, to whom no unjust act is pleasing, when this prayer reaches thee, let thy power nail these men to the spot wherever it finds them." And about the first hour, when they were about 3 miles away, they were nailed to the ground and could not move. And it was revealed also to them that this hindrance had come to them through her petitions. And they sent to the village and asked for peace, declaring, "Give thanks to God and the prayers of Piamun, for they hindered us." Chapter 32. Pachomius and the Tabanesiats. Tabanesi is a place, so called, in the Thebaid, in which there lived a certain Pachomius, one of those who have lived in the straight way, so that he was counted worthy both of prophecies and angelic visions. He was exceedingly devoted both to his fellow men and his brethren. Accordingly, to him as he sat in his cave, an angel appeared and said, "You have successfully ordered your own life, so it is superfluous to remain sitting in your cave. Up, go out and collect all the young monks and dwell with them, and according to the model which I now give you, so legislate for them." And he gave him a brass tablet, on which this was inscribed, "Thou shalt allow each man to eat and drink according to his strength, and proportionally to the strength of the eaters appoint to them their labors. and prevent no man either from fasting or eating. However, appoint the tasks that need strength to those who are stronger and eat, and to the weaker and more ascetic such as the weak can manage. Make a number of cells within the enclosure, and let 3 dwell in each cell. But let them all go to one building for their food. Let them sleep not lying down full length, but let them make sloping chairs easily constructed, and put their rugs on them, and thus sleep in a sitting posture. Let them wear at night linen lebatons, and a girdle. Let each of them have a worked goatskin cloak, without which they are not to eat. When they go to communion on Saturday and Sunday, let them loosen their girdles and lay aside the skin cloak, and go in with the cowl only. And he prescribed for them napless cowls, as for children, on which he ordered an imprint, the mark of a cross, to be worked in dark red. And he ordered that there should be 24 sections, and to each order he assigned a letter of the Greek alphabet, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, and so on. So when the superior asked questions or busied himself with the affairs of the great multitude, he asked the second, "How is the alpha section?" or "How is the zeta?" or again, "Greet the rho." And they followed a private meaning assigned to the letters. And to the simpler and more unworldly thou shalt give the iota, and to the more difficult and perverse thou shalt assign the chi. And so, in correspondence with the nature of their dispositions and manners and lives, he fitted the letters to each section, only the spiritual knowing what was meant. And it was written on the tablet, "A stranger of another monastery, which has a different rule, is not to eat with them, nor drink, nor enter into the monastery, unless he happens to be on a genuine journey. However, the man who has come to remain with them, they do not allow to enter into the sanctuary for 3 years. But after a 3 years' probation and performance of the more toilsome labors, then he enters. As they eat, let them cover their heads with their cowls, lest one brother see another chewing. A monk is not allowed to talk at meals, nor let his eye wander beyond his plate or the table." And he ordered them during the whole day to make 12 prayers, and 12 at the lamp lighting, and 12 at the night vigils, and 3 at the 9th hour. But when a group was about to eat, he ordered a psalm to be sung before each prayer. When Pachomius objected to the angel that the prayers were few, the angel said to him, "I gave this rule so as to make sure in advance that even the little ones keep the rule and are not afflicted. But the perfect have no need of legislation, for by themselves in their cells they have surrendered the whole of their life to the contemplation of God. But I have legislated for as many as have not a discerning mind, in order that they, like house servants fulfilling the duties of their station, may live a life of freedom." Now there are a number of these monasteries which have observed this rule, amounting to 7,000 men. But the first and great monastery is that where Pachomius himself dwelt, which itself also is the parent of the other monasteries. It has 1,300 members. Among them there was also the noble Authonius, who became my intimate friend, and is now second in the monastery. Him they send to Alexandria, since nothing can make him stumble, in order to sell their produce and buy necessaries. But there are also other monasteries, 200 or 300 strong. One of these, with 300 monks, I found when I entered the city of Panopolis. In the monastery I found 15 tailors, 7 smiths, 4 carpenters, 12 camel drivers, and 15 fullers. But they work at every kind of craft, and with their surplus output they provide for the needs both of the women's convents and the prisons. They keep pigs too, and when I blamed the practice, they said, "In our tradition we have received this, that they are to be kept because of the chaff, and the refuse of the vegetables and other scraps that one throws away, lest they be wasted. And the pigs are to be killed, and their meat sold, but the tidbits are to be devoted to the sick and aged, because the neighborhood is poor and populous, for the tribe of the Blemies live near. But those who are to serve that day rise early and get to their work, some to the kitchen, others to the tables. They spend their time then until the meal hour in arranging and preparing the tables, putting loaves on each, and charlock, preserved olives, cheese of cow's milk, the tidbits of the meat, and chopped herbs. Some come in at the 6th hour and eat, others at the 7th, others at the 8th, others at the 9th, others at the 11th, others in the late evening, others every other day, so that each letter knows its own hour. So also is it with their work. One works on the land as a laborer, another in the garden, another at the forge, another in the bakery, another in the carpenter's shop, another in the fuller's shop, another weaving the big baskets, another in the tannery, another in the shoemaker's shop, another in the scriptorium, another weaving the young reeds, and they learn all the scriptures by heart. Chapter 33. The Tabanesian Nuns. They also had a monastery of women with some 400 members. It had the same constitution and the same manner of life, except for the sheepskin coat. And the women are on the far side of the river, the men opposite them. So when a virgin dies, the other virgins, having prepared her body for burial, act as bearers and lay it on the river bank. But the brethren, having crossed in a ferry boat, with palm leaves and olive branches, take the body across, singing psalms the while, and bury it in their own cemetery. But apart from the priest and the deacon, no man goes across to the women's monastery, and they only on Sunday. In this women's monastery the following thing happened. A tailor living in the world crossed the river in ignorance and sought work. A young sister came out, the place was deserted, and met him involuntarily and gave him the answer, "We have our own tailors." Another sister saw them meeting, and when some time had elapsed, and a contention arose, actuated by diabolic motives inspired by great wickedness and an outburst of temper, she denounced the other before the sisterhood. A few others also joined her from malice. So that sister, distressed at having endured a calumny of a kind that had never even entered her thoughts, and being unable to bear it, flung herself into the river secretly and lost her life. Likewise, the calumniator, recognizing that her calumny was wicked, and that she had committed this abomination, went and hung herself, she too being unable to bear the shame of the affair. So when the priest came, the rest of the sisters told him the affair. And he ordered first that the sacrifice should not be offered for either of them. And as for those who had not kept the peace, since they had been accomplices of the calumniator and had believed the scandal, he separated them from the rest for 7 years, depriving them of communion. Chapter 34. The Nun Who Feigned Madness. In this monastery there was another virgin who feigned madness and possession by a demon. And they detested her so much that they would not even eat with her, she preferring this. She would wander about in the kitchen and do every kind of menial work, and she was, as they say, the monastery's sponge, fulfilling in fact the words of Scripture. If any one seem to be wise among you in this world, let him become foolish that he may be wise. She fastened some rags on her head, all the rest had the tonsure and wore cowls, and served in this guise. None of the 400 sisters ever saw her chewing during the years of her life. She never sat at table, nor partook of a piece of bread, but wiping up the crumbs from the tables and washing the kitchen pots, she was content with what she got in this way. Never did she insult anyone, nor grumble, nor talk either little or much, although she was cuffed and insulted, and cursed and execrated. Now an angel appeared to the holy Pitirum, an anchorite of high reputation, who dwelt in Porphyritis, and said to him, "Why are you proud of yourself for being religious and dwelling in a place like this? Do you want to see a woman who is more religious than you? Go to the monastery of the Tabanesiot women, and there you will find a woman wearing a crown on her head. She is better than you. For though she spars with so great a crowd, she has never let her heart go away from God. But you sit here and wander in imagination through the different cities." And he who had never gone out went off to that monastery and besought the masters to let him go to the monastery of the women. They were emboldened to let him in, since he was famous and advanced in years. And having gone in, he demanded to see them all. But she did not appear. At last he said to them, "Bring me all, for there is one lacking." They said to him, "We have one within the kitchen, a sale," for thus they styled the mentally afflicted. He said to them, "Bring her also to me. Let me see her." They went off to call her. She did not answer, perhaps perceiving what was the matter, or even having had a revelation. They drag her forcibly and say to her, "The holy Pitirum wants to see you," for he was famous. When she came, he perceived the rag on her forehead and fell at her feet and said to her, "Bless me." She also fell at his feet in a like manner, saying, "Do you bless me, Master?" They were all amazed and said to him, "Father, do not let her insult you. She is Sale." Said Pitirum to them all, "You are Sale, for she is mother both of me and you." For thus they call the spiritual women, and I pray to be found worthy of her in the day of judgment. Having heard these words, they fell at his feet, all confessing in different ways. One that she had poured the rinsings of the plate over her, another that she had beaten her with her fist, another that she had applied a mustard plaster to her nose, and in a word all confessed outrages of one kind or another. So after praying for them he went away. And after a few days, unable to bear her glory and the honor bestowed by the sisters, and burdened by their apologies, she left the monastery. And where she went, or where she disappeared to, or how she died, no one knows. Chapter 35. John of Lycopolis. There was a certain John in Lycopolis, who in his childhood learned the trade of carpentering. He had a brother, a dyer. Later, when he was about 25 years old, he renounced the world. And having lived in various monasteries for 5 years, he retired by himself to the mountain of Lyco, where he made himself 3 cells on the actual summit, and went in and immured himself. One chamber was for his bodily needs, and another where he worked and ate, and the third where he prayed. Having completed 30 years thus immured, and receiving the necessaries of life through a window from one who ministered to him, he was counted worthy of the gift of predictions. Among other instances, he sent various predictions to the blessed Emperor Theodosius, one concerning Maximus the tyrant, that he would conquer him and return from the Gauls. Similarly, also, he gave him good news about the tyrant Evgenius. His reputation as a virtuous man was widespread. When we were in the desert of Nitria, by we I mean myself and the blessed Evagrius and his companions, we were anxious to find out accurately in what his virtue consisted. Then said the blessed Evagrius, "Gladly would I be learning what kind of man he is from someone who knows how to test character and speech. For if I am unable to see him myself, but can hear accurately from another's description the details of his manner of life, then I will not go so far as the mountain. I heard, and saying nothing to anyone, kept silence for 1 day. But the next day, having closed my cell and committed myself and it to God, I hastened away to the Thebaid. And I arrived after 18 days, having gone partly on foot and partly by boat on the river. But it was the time of the flood, when many are ill, which was also my experience. Well, I went, and found the vestibule of his cell closed, for the brethren built on later a very large vestibule, holding about 100 men, and shutting it with a key, they opened it on Saturday and Sunday. So, having learned the reason why it was closed, I waited quietly until the Saturday. And having come at the 2nd hour for an interview, I found him sitting by the window, through which he seemed to be exhorting his visitors. So, after greeting me, he said through an interpreter, "Whence are you, and why have you come? For I conjecture that you belong to the convent of Evagrius." I said, "I am a stranger who started out from Galatia." And I confessed that I belonged to Evagrius' society. Meanwhile, as we talked, the ruler of the district came up, Alypius by name. He turned to him and left off talking with me. So I retired a little and gave way to them, standing some way off. As their conversation lasted a long time, I became disgusted, and in my disgust I murmured against the good old man, since he despised me and honored him. And annoyed in mind at this, I formed the plan of going away, disdaining him. But having called his interpreter, named Theodore, he said to him, "Go tell that brother, do not be petty-minded. I am just going to dismiss the ruler and talk to you." So I resolved to wait patiently, attending to him as a spiritual man. And when the ruler had gone, he called me and said to me, "Why are you vexed with me? What did you find worthy of blame, that you thought those things that neither applied to me nor befitted you? Or do you not know that it is written, 'They that are whole need not a physician, but they that are sick'? I find you when I want you, and you me. And if I do not console you, there are other brethren to console you, and other fathers. But this man is delivered up to the devil through his worldly affairs, and having respite for a brief hour, like a servant run away from his master, he is come to receive benefit. It would have been absurd that we should leave him and attend to you, when you have uninterrupted leisure to attend to your salvation." So I exhorted him to pray for me, and was fully convinced that he was a spiritual man. Then, having affectionately slapped my left cheek gently with his right hand, he said to me, "Many afflictions are in store for you, and many times have you been tempted to leave the desert. And you have been timid and have deferred a decision. But the demon, by providing you with pious and specious excuses, unsettles you. For he suggested to you both a longing to see your father and the instruction of your brother and sister with a view to the monastic life. Behold, then, I give you good news. Both are saved, for both have renounced the world. And as regards your father, at this very moment he still has other years to live. So continue in the desert, and do not wish on their account to go home to your native land. For it is written, 'No man having put his hand to the plough and turning back is fit for the kingdom of heaven.' So benefited by these words and sufficiently corrected, I thanked God, having learned that the pretexts which were driving me were finished with. Then again he said to me graciously, 'Do you want to become a bishop?' I said to him, 'I am one.' He said to me, 'Where?' I said, 'I am bishop over the kitchens, the shops, the tables, and the pots. I am their bishop, and if there is any sharp wine, I excommunicate it, but I drink the good. Similarly, I am bishop over the pot too, and if the salt or any seasoning is lacking, I throw it in and season the pot, and then I eat it. This is my bishopric, for gluttony ordained me." He said to me with a smile, "Stop your jokes. You have to be ordained bishop, and toil much and be afflicted. If then you would escape afflictions, depart not from the desert, for in the desert no man can ordain you bishop." So I left him and went into the desert to my accustomed place, and told these things to the blessed fathers, who after 2 months went by boat and met him. But I forgot his words, for after 3 years I fell ill with an illness of the spleen and stomach. I was sent by the brethren from the monastery to Alexandria, under treatment for dropsy. The doctors advised me to betake myself from Alexandria to Palestine for the sake of the air, for Palestine has light airs, such as befit our constitution. From Palestine I came to Bithynia, and there, I know not how, whether from human zeal or from the good pleasure of him who is more powerful, God would know, I was counted worthy of the laying on of hands, so much above my deserts, having become embroiled in the disturbance connected with the blessed John. And for 11 months, hidden in a gloomy cell, I remembered that blessed man, that he had foretold these things which I endured. And indeed he told me this, designing by his tale to lead me to endure the desert. 40 years have I spent in this cell. I have not seen the face of woman, nor the appearance of money. I have seen no one chewing, nor has anyone seen me eating or drinking. When Poemania, the servant of God, came to interview him, he did not meet her, but he had a number of secret matters told to her. And he enjoined her, when she went down from the Thebaid, not to turn aside to Alexandria, for you will fall into temptation. But she, thinking differently, or forgetting, turned aside to Alexandria to see the city. But on her way she moored her boats near Nicopolis to rest. So her servants went on shore, and after some disorderly behavior had a fight with the people of the place, who were desperate characters. They cut off the finger of one eunuch and murdered another, and even threw Dionysius, the most holy bishop, into the river, not recognizing him, and after wounding all the other servants, loaded the lady herself with insults and threats. End of Part 5. Part 6 of the Lausiac History by Palladius, translated by W.K. Lowther Clark, B.D. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36, Posidonius. The stories about Posidonius, the Theban, are many and hard to relate. How meek he was, and how exceedingly ascetic, and what great innocence of soul he possessed. I do not know if I have met any such. For I lived with him at Bethlehem for 1 year, when he dwelt beyond Pimenion, and I beheld his many virtues. And among other things he himself told me this one day. Living for a year in the Porphyrites district, the whole year I met no man, heard no talk, touched no bread. I merely subsisted on a few dates and any wild herbs I found. This happened one day. My food failing, I went out from the cave to go back to the world. And having walked all the day with difficulty, did I get 2 miles from the cave. Well, looking round, I saw a horseman with the appearance of a soldier, having on his head a helmet in the shape of a tiara. And expecting him to be a soldier, I ran to the cave and found on the way a basket of grapes and newly picked figs. I picked it up and went to the cave overjoyed, and had that food as my comfort for 2 months. And this was the miracle he did in Bethlehem. A certain woman, approaching her confinement, had an unclean spirit, and when she was actually about to be delivered, she had difficult labor, the spirit tormenting her. The husband, therefore, since his wife was suffering from the demon, came and besought that holy man to come. So he stood up. We were present, having come at the same time to pray, and prayed. And after kneeling down for the second time, he drove out the spirit. So he stood up and said to us, "Pray, for at this moment the unclean spirit is going out, and there should be a sign that we may be convinced." So the demon, on his way out of her, threw down the whole wall of the precincts, foundations and all. Now the woman had been 6 years without speech. After the demon had gone out, she gave birth to a child and spoke. I knew also the following prophecies spoken by this man. A certain Jerome, a priest, distinguished Latin writer, and cultivated scholar, as he was, showed qualities of temper so disastrous that they threw into the shade his splendid achievements. Well, Posidonius, who had lived with him many days, said in my ear, "The noble Pavla, who looks after him, will die first, and be freed from his bad temper, so I think. And because of this, no holy man will dwell in these parts, but his envy will include even his own brother." The thing happened as he said. For in fact, he drove out the blessed Oxyparentius the Italian, and another man, Peter, an Egyptian, and Simeon, admirable men, whom I noticed with approval at the time. This Posidonius told me that he had not tried bread for 40 years, nor indeed had he borne malice for half a day. Chapter 37. Serapion the Sindoniti. There was another monk, Serapion, and he was surnamed the Sinoditi, for apart from his sindon, loincloth, he never wore clothes. He practiced great detachment from possessions, and, being well educated, knew all the scriptures by heart. And through his great detachment, in his meditation on the scriptures, he was unable to remain calmly in the cell, not because he was distracted by material things, yet none the less he traveled up and down the world and perfected this type of asceticism. For he was born with this nature, for there are differences of natures, not of substances. The fathers used to relate how, taking an ascetic as his accomplice, he sold himself to some Greek actors in a certain city for 20 pieces of money, and having sealed up the money, he kept it on his person. Then he stayed a long while, and served as slave to the actors who had bought him, until he both made them Christians, and induced them to leave the stage. All the time he took nothing except bread and water, nor did his lips rest from expounding the scriptures. After a long period, first the man was stricken with compunction, then the actress, then the whole house. But it was said that as long as they did not know him, he washed the feet of them both. So both were baptized and gave up the stage, and applying themselves to an honorable and pious life, they revered the man exceedingly, and said to him, "Here, brother, let us free you, since you yourself have freed us from disgraceful slavery." He said to them, "Since God has wrought this, and your soul is saved, let me tell you the mystery of my conduct. I pitied your soul, being myself an ascetic, a free man, an Egyptian by race, and I sold myself for this reason, that I might save you. But since God has done this, and your soul has been saved through my humiliation, take back your money, that I may go away and help others." But they used many entreaties and assured him, "We will have you as father and master, only stay with us." But they could not persuade him. Then they said to him, "Give the money to the poor, for it has been our first payment for salvation, but come and see us, if only once a year." In the course of his incessant wanderings he came to Greece, and during a 3-day stay at Athens, no one thought fit to give him bread. He carried no money, no purse, no sheepskin coat, nothing of the kind. So when the 4th day came, he was very hungry, for hunger unwillingly endured is terrible, if it has an ally in the fact that no one believes you. And standing on an eminence in the city, where the authorities were collecting, he began to lament violently, clapping his hands, and to call out, "Men of Athens, help!" And all ran to him, wearers of the philosopher's cloak and laborer's smock alike, and said to him, "What is the matter? Whence are you? What ails you?" Said he to them, "By race I am an Egyptian. After I left my real country, I fell in with 3 usurers, and 2 left me, having got their debt in full, with no accusation to make, but 1 does not leave me." So inquiring minutely about the usurers, in order that they might satisfy them, they asked him, "Where are they, and who are they? Who is it that troubles you? Show him to us, that we may help you." Then he said to them, "From my youth covetousness and gluttony and fornication have troubled me. From 2 am I freed, covetousness and fornication. They trouble me no longer. But I cannot get free from gluttony. For this is the 4th day that I have not eaten, and my stomach continues troubling me and seeking its habitual debt, without which I cannot live." Then certain of the philosophers, supposing it to be acting, gave him money. And having received it, he put it down in a baker's shop, and having got 1 loaf, he resumed his journey, and left the city at once, and never more returned to it. Then the philosophers recognized that he was truly virtuous, and giving the baker the price of the bread, they took the piece of money. But having come to the country where the Spartans live, he heard that one of the first men of the city was a Manichaean with all his house, though virtuous in other respects. To him again he sold himself as he had done at first, and within 2 years he induced him to forsake his heresy, and brought him to the church, and his wife also. Then they loved him no longer as a servant, but treated him as a true brother or father, and glorified God. One day he flung himself into a vessel, as if he had a right to sail to Rome. The sailors, thinking that either he had paid his fare, or had the price of it in cash, received him without trouble, each thinking that another had taken his luggage. But when they had sailed away, and got 500 states from Alexandria, the passengers began to eat about sundown, the sailors having eaten first. They saw that he did not eat the first day, and expected it was because of the voyage. Similarly on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th days. On the 5th day they saw him sitting quietly while all ate, and said to him, "Why are you not eating, man?" He said to them, "Because I have nothing." So they inquired of one another, "Who received his luggage or his fare?" And when they found that no one had, they began to attack him and say, "How did you come on without paying? From what source can you give us the fare? Or from what source can you get fed?" He said to them, "I have nothing. Pick me up and throw me where you found me." But they would not willingly have relinquished their voyage, even for 100 gold pieces, but they wanted to get to their destination. So he remained in the ship, and found that they fed him until they got to Rome. So, having come to Rome, he inquired who was a great ascetic in the city, man or woman. Among others he met also a certain Dominus, a disciple of Origen, whose bed healed sick persons after his death. So he met him and was benefited, for he was a man of refined manners and liberal education, and learning from him what other ascetics were there, male or female, he was told of a certain virgin, who cultivated solitude and would meet no one. And having learned where she lived, he went off and said to the old woman who attended her, "Tell the Virgin, I must meet you, for God has sent me." So after waiting 2 or 3 days, at last he met her, and said to her, "Why do you remain stationary?" She said to him, "I do not remain stationary, I am on a journey." He said to her, "Where are you journeying?" She said to him, "To God." He said to her, "Are you alive or dead?" She said to him, "I trust in God that I am dead, for no one who lives to the flesh shall make that journey." He said to her, "Then do what I do, that you may convince me that you are dead." She said to him, "Order me possible things, and I will do them." He answered her, "All things are possible to a dead person except impiety." Then he said to her, "Go out and appear in public." She answered him, "This is the 25th year that has passed without my appearing in public, and why should I appear?" "If you are dead to the world," said he to her, "and the world to you, it is all the same to you whether you appear or appear not. So appear in public." She did so, and after she had appeared outside and gone as far as a church, he said to her in the church, "Now then, if you wish to convince me that you are dead, and no longer live pleasing men, do what I do, and I shall know that you are dead. Follow my example, and take off all your clothes, and put them on your shoulders. Go through the middle of the city with me, leading the way in this fashion." She said to him, "I should scandalize many by the unseemliness of the thing, and they would be able to say, 'She is mad and possessed by a demon.'" He answered her, "What does it concern you if they say, 'She is mad and possessed by a demon'? For you are dead to them." Then she said to him, "If you want anything else, I will do it, for I do not profess to have reached this stage." Then he said to her, "See then, no longer be proud of yourself as more pious than all others, and dead to the world, for I am more dead than you, and show by my act that I am dead to the world, for impassively and without shame I do this thing." Then having left her in humility and broken her pride, he departed. There are many other marvelous acts which he did in the direction of impassivity. He died in the 60th year of his age, and was buried in Rome itself. Chapter 38. Evagres Ponticos. It is not right to be silent about the story of the illustrious deacon, Evagrius, a man who lived in apostolic wise. Rather, one ought to put it into writing for the edification of readers and the glory of the goodness of our Savior. I have thought it worth while to relate the story from the beginning, how he came to his ideal, and how, having pursued asceticism worthily, he died in the desert at the age of 54, according to the words of Scripture. In a little time he fulfilled many years. He came of a Pontic family, and belonged to the city of Ibora, the son of a country bishop. He was ordained reader by the holy Basil, the bishop of the church of Caesarea. After the death of the holy Basil, Gregory Nazianzenos, the bishop, that very wise and most impassive and highly cultured man, ordained him deacon. Then at the great synod of Constantinople, he left him to the blessed Nectarios, the bishop, since he was skilled in argument against all heresies, and he flourished in the great city, speaking with youthful zeal against every heresy. Now it happened that this young man, who was held in high honor by the whole city, was congealed by an image of the desire of a woman, as he himself told us at a later time, when his soul was freed from such thoughts. The woman loved him in return. Now she belonged to the highest rank. So Evagrius, fearing God and respecting his own conscience, and putting before his eyes the greatness of the shame and the malicious joy of the heresies, prayed to God in supplication that he would put some obstacle in the way. Now the woman was pressing and madly excited, while he, though desiring to withdraw, had no power to, being constrained by the chains of this servitude. After no long time, when his prayer had succeeded, but he had not yet experienced the benefit of it, there appeared to him an angel vision in the shape of soldiers of the governor, and they seized him and took him apparently to the tribunal and threw him into the so-called custody, the men who had come to him, as it seemed, without giving a reason, having first fastened his neck and hands with iron collars and chains. But he knew in his conscience that for the sake of the above fault he was suffering these things, and imagined that her husband had intervened. So now he was extremely anxious. Another trial was going on, and others were being put to torture for some accusation, so he continued to be much perturbed. And the angel who brought the vision transformed himself to represent the coming of a genuine friend, and said to him, tied up as he was among 40 prisoners chained together, "Why are you retained here, my lord deacon?" He said to him, "In truth, I do not know, but I have a suspicion that so-and-so, the ex-governor, has laid a charge against me, impelled by an absurd jealousy. And I fear that the judge corrupted by bribes may inflict punishment on me." He said to him, "If you will listen to your friend, it is not expedient for you to stay in this city." Evagrius said to him, "If God will release me from this misfortune, and you see me in Constantinople any more, know that I shall suffer this punishment justly." He said to him, "Let me bring the gospel, and swear to me by it that you will leave this city, and care for your soul, and I will free you from this durance." So he brought the gospel, and he swore to him by the gospel, "Except for one day, to give me time to put my clothes on board, I certainly will not remain." So when the oath had been produced, he came back out of the trance which had come on him in the night, and he arose and argued with himself, "Even if the oath was in a trance, nevertheless I did take it." So having put all his belongings into the ship, he went to Jerusalem. And there he was received by the blessed Melania, the Roman lady. But once again the devil hardened his heart, as he did Pharaoh's, and since he was young and vigorous, doubts beset him, and he hesitated, saying nothing to anyone, and changing his clothes and his habit of speech back to his old ways, vainglory stupefying him. But God, who wards off destruction from us all, involved him in a bout of fever, and after that in a long illness lasting 6 months, drying up his flesh, the source of his trouble. But when the physicians were at a loss and could find no way of cure, the blessed Melania said to him, "Son, your long illness does not please me. Tell me, therefore, what are your thoughts? For this illness of yours is not without God." Then he confessed to her the whole matter. But she said to him, "Give me your word before the Lord that you will keep to the mark of the monastic life, and, sinner though I am, I will pray that you may be granted a furlough of life." And he consented. So within a few days he got well, and he arose and received a change of clothes at the hands of the lady herself, and went away, and exiled himself in the Mount of Nitria, which is in Egypt. Having lived there 2 years, in the 3rd year he entered the desert. So he lived 14 years in the place they call Kalea, and he used to eat a pound of bread, and in 3 months a pint of oil, though he was a man who had come from a luxurious and refined and voluptuous life. And he made 100 prayers, and he wrote during the year only the value of what he ate, for he wrote the Oxyrhynchos characters excellently. So in the course of 15 years, having purified his mind to the utmost, he was counted worthy of the gift of knowledge and wisdom and the discerning of spirits. So he composed 3 holy books for monks, called Antioretica, in which he taught the arts to be used against demons. The demon of fornication troubled him grievously, as indeed he told us himself. And all night long he stood naked in the well, though it was winter, so that his flesh was frozen. On another occasion, again the spirit of blasphemy troubled him, and for 40 days he did not enter under a roof, as he told us himself, so that his body threw out ticks, like the bodies of irrational animals. 3 demons attacked him by day, disguised as clerics, questioning him on the faith. And one said he was an Arian, the other an Eunomian, the third an Apollinarian. And he vanquished these in his wisdom by means of a few words. Again, one day, the key of the church having been lost, having made the sign over the front of the lock, and pushed with his hand, he opened it, after first calling upon Christ. So many castigations did he receive from demons, and so great trial of them did he have, that there is no counting the occasions. And to one of his disciples he told the things that would happen to him after 18 years, having prophesied all to him in a vision of the future. And he said, "From the time that I took to the desert, I have not touched lettuce, nor any other green vegetable, nor any fruit, nor grapes, nor meat, nor a bath." And later, in the 16th year of his life without cooked food, his flesh felt the need, owing to the weakness of the stomach, to partake of something that had been on the fire. He did not, however, take bread even now, but having fed on herbs or gruel or pulse for 2 years, in this regime he died, after communicating in church at Epiphany. Shortly before his death he told us, "For 3 years I have not been troubled by fleshly desire, after so long a life and toil and labor and ceaseless prayer." He was told of the death of his father, and said to his informant, "Cease blaspheming, for my father is immortal." Chapter 39. Peor. Peor, a young Egyptian, having renounced the world, left his father's house, and in an excess of zeal gave his word to God that he would never see any of his relations again. 50 years after, his sister, now an old woman, having heard that he was alive, seemed likely to go out of her mind if she could not see him. But being unable to go to the great desert, she besought the bishop of the district to write to the fathers in the desert that they should send him and she might see him. So, considerable pressure having been brought to bear on him, he decided to take one other with him and go. And he announced at his sister's house, "Your brother Peor has come." So standing outside and perceiving from the creaking of the door that the old woman came out to meet him, he closed his eyes and called to her, "Ho, what's your name? I am Peor, your brother. I am he. Look at me as much as you want." So she was convinced and glorified God, and having failed to persuade him to enter her house, she returned to her dwelling. But he, having offered a prayer on the doorstep, exiled himself again in the desert. Now this miracle is told of him, that he dug in the place where he lived and found some very bitter water. And until he died he remained there, accepting the bitterness of the water in order to show his endurance. Many of the monks, therefore, after his death, tried to rival him by dwelling in his cell, but they could not complete a year, for the place is terrible and inconsolably dreary. Moses the Libyan, a man of exceedingly gentle disposition and very affectionate, was counted worthy of the gift of healings. He told me this: "When I was a young man in the monastery, we dug a very big pit, 20 feet broad. In this, 80 of us excavated for 3 days, and we got a cubit further than the vein where we generally found water, and expected it in this case, but found none. So very much disheartened, we were contemplating the abandonment of the work. Then Peor appeared from the great desert at the 6th hour, the time of burning heat, an old man clad in a sheepskin coat, and greeted us and said after the greeting, 'Why have you lost heart, men of little faith? For I have seen you since yesterday losing heart.' And having descended by a ladder to the cavity of the well, he said a prayer with them. And having taken the pick, he said, after striking the 3rd blow, 'O God of the holy patriarchs, make not the toil of thy servants useless, but send them the water they need.' And immediately water sprang out, so that they were wetted all over. So he prayed once more and went off. They tried to make him eat, but he would not suffer them, saying, 'That for which I was sent is accomplished. For this I was not sent.'" Chapter 40, Ephrem. You must have heard particulars about Ephrem, the deacon of the church of Edessa, for he is one of those who deserve to be remembered by religious people. Having completed in worthy fashion the journey of the Spirit, without being diverted from the straight road, he was counted worthy of the grace of natural knowledge, and afterwards of the knowledge of God, and final blessedness. So having always practiced the quiet life, and for many years continuing to edify his visitors, at last he left his cell for the following reason. A great famine having come upon the city of Edessa, he felt compassion for the whole countryside, which was being destroyed, and approached those who were rich in material things, and said to them, "Why do you not take pity on human nature being destroyed, instead of letting your wealth be corrupted for the condemnation of your souls?" They considered the matter, and said to him, "We have no one whom we can trust to minister to the famine-stricken, for all are dishonest in business affairs." He said to them, "What do you think of me?" Now he had a great reputation among all, not falsely, but truly. They said to him, "We know you to be a man of God." "Then trust me," he said. "See, on your behalf I appoint myself hospitaller." And he raised money, and partitioned the porticos, and made up some 300 beds, and so nursed the sufferers from the famine, burying those who succumbed, and treating those who had hope of life, and in a word, out of the funds entrusted to him, provided day by day hospitality and assistance for all the inhabitants. So when the year was completed, and prosperity returned, and all went home, no longer having anything to do, he entered his own cell and died after a month, God having provided him this opportunity of gaining a crown just before his end. Also, he left some writings, most of which deserve to be studied. Chapter 41, Holy Women. It is necessary also to mention in my book certain women with manly qualities, to whom God apportioned labors equal to those of men, lest any should pretend that women are too feeble to practice virtue perfectly. Now I have seen many such, and met many distinguished virgins and widows. Among them was the Roman lady Pavla, mother of Toxotius, a woman of great distinction in the spiritual life. She was hindered by a certain Jerome from Dalmatia. For though she was able to surpass all, having great abilities, he hindered her by his jealousy, having induced her to serve his own plan. She has a daughter now living an ascetic life at Bethlehem, Evstokia by name. I have never met her, but she is said to be very chaste, and she has a convent of 50 virgins. I also knew Veneria, wife of Valonicus, the count, who gallantly distributed her camel's burden and was delivered from the wounds which property inflicts, and Theodora, the wife of the tribune, who reached such a depth of poverty that she became a recipient of alms, and finally died in the monastery of Ezechias near the sea. I knew a lady named Hosea, in every respect most venerable, and her sister Adolia, who lived in a way not indeed comparable to her, but proportionately to her own capacity. I knew also Vasianella, the wife of Candidianos, the general, who practiced virtue ardently and scrupulously, and is still even now strenuously engaged in contest. Also the virgin Photina, venerable in the extreme, daughter of Theoctistus the priest, near Laodicea. Again, I met in Antioch a most venerable lady who conversed familiarly with God, the deaconess Sabaniana, aunt of John, the bishop of Constantinople. And I saw also in Rome the beautiful Acella, the virgin who had grown old in the monastery, a very gentle lady and a supporter of convents. There also I saw men and women recently instructed. I saw also Avita, who was worthy of God, with her husband Apronianos and their daughter Evnomia, all so desirous to please God that they were publicly converted to the life of virtue and continence, and were held worthy on this account to fall asleep in Christ freed from all sin, having become possessed of knowledge and leaving their life in good remembrance. End of Part 6. Part 7 of the Lausiac History by Palladius, translated by W. K. Lowther Clark, B.D. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42, Julian. I have heard of a certain Julian in the region of Edessa, a very ascetic man, who wore away his flesh till it was so thin that he carried about only skin and bone. At the very end of his life he was counted worthy of the honor of the gift of healing. Chapter 43, Atholius. Again, I knew a man at Jerusalem named Atholius, a Tarsian by origin, who having come to Jerusalem followed eagerly the untrodden road, not that on which most of us walked, but carving out for himself a strange mode of life. For his asceticism was superhuman, so that the very demons, trembling at his austerity, dared not approach him. For by reason of his excessive abstinence and his vigils, he was even suspected of being a phantom. For in Lent he would eat at intervals of 5 days, and the whole rest of the time every other day. But his greatest act of asceticism was this: from evening until the time when the brotherhood began to assemble again in their houses of prayer, he would continue on his feet singing psalms and praying on the Mount of Olives, the hill of the Ascension, whence Jesus was taken up. And whether it snowed or rained or there was a white frost, he remained undaunted. So having completed his accustomed time, he knocked at the cells of all the monks with his little waking-up knocker, collecting them into the houses of prayer, and in each house singing 1 or 2 psalms with them antiphonally, and praying with them. Then he went away to his own cell before daybreak, so that of a truth The brethren often had to undress him and wring out his clothes as if after the wash, and put other clothes on him. So then, after resting until the hour of psalmody, he applied himself to worship until evening. And so this was the virtue of Atholius the Tarsian, who reached perfection in Jerusalem and died there. Chapter 44. Innocent. You have heard from many the story of the blessed Innocent, the priest of the Mount of Olives, but none the less you will hear it also from us who lived with him for 3 years. He was simple to an excess. Having been one of the dignitaries of the palace in the early days of the Emperor Constantius, he renounced the world, leaving his marriage, by which he had also a son, Paul by name, of the imperial bodyguard. When the latter had sinned with the daughter of a priest, Innocent cursed his own son, beseeching God and saying, Lord, give him such a spirit that his flesh may no longer find opportunity to sin, thinking it better that he should struggle with a demon than with incontinence, which actually happened. At this present moment he is still on the Mount of Olives, wearing irons and chastised by the Spirit. How compassionate indeed this Innocent was, so that often he himself stole from the brethren and gave to the needy. I shall seem to be talking nonsense if I tell the truth. And he was exceedingly innocent and simple, and was counted worthy of the gift of power over demons. As an example of this, once a young man was brought to him before our eyes, taken by a spirit and by paralysis, so that I, having seen him, wished publicly to repel the mother of the man who had been brought, since I despaired of his cure. Well, it happened in the meantime that the old man, having come up, saw her standing and weeping and lamenting over the unspeakable misfortune of her son. So the good old man wept, and, moved with compassion, took the young man and entered into his oratory, which he had built with his own hands, and in which relics of John the Baptist were laid. And having prayed over him from the 3rd hour to the 9th, he restored the young man to his mother, cured that same day, having driven out both his paralysis and the demon. His paralysis was such that the boy, when he spat on his own back, so twisted was he. An old woman, having lost a sheep, came to him in tears, and having followed her, he said, Show me the place where you lost it. She led him to the neighborhood of the tomb of Lazarus. He stood and prayed, but the young men who had stolen it anticipated him by killing it. So while he prayed, no one confessing, and the meat lying hidden in the vineyard, a crow came from somewhere and hovered over the place, took a morsel and flew off again. And the Blessed One, having marked the place, found the slain animal. And so the young men who had killed it fell at his feet and confessed and paid, when asked, the proper price of the sheep. Chapter 45. Phileromus. We met in Galatia the priest Phileromus, a most ascetic and enduring man, and stayed with him a long time. His mother was a maidservant, his father a freeman, but he showed such nobility in the Christ-like mode of life that even those whose family record was unsurpassable revered his life and virtue. He renounced the world in the days of Julian the infamous emperor, and spoke to him with boldness. Julian ordered him to be shaved and buffeted by boys. He endured the ordeal patiently, and expressed his thanks to Julian, as he told us himself. In his early days, war against fornication and gluttony was his lot. He drove out these passions by shutting himself up and wearing irons, and by abstinence from cornbread and all things cooked by fire. After persevering in this course for 18 years, he sang the hymn of triumph to Christ. attacked in divers ways by the spirits of wickedness, he abode in one monastery for 40 years. He told us this: "For 32 years I touched no fruit. Once, when timidity attacked him, in order to get rid of it, he shut himself up in a tomb for 6 years. The blessed Basil, the bishop, took great care of him, rejoicing in his austerity and firmness. Even now he has not renounced the pen and the writing sheet, though perhaps in his 80th year. He said, 'From the time that I was initiated and born again until today, I have never eaten another's bread for nothing, but always as the result of my own labors.' Speaking as in the presence of God, he convinced us that he had given to the cripples 250 pieces of money earned by the work of his hands, and had never wronged anyone. He went on foot even as far as Rome itself to pray at the martyr chapel of the blessed Peter. He went also as far as Alexandria to pray at the martyr chapel of Mark. Then he came also a second time to Jerusalem, having gone on his own feet and defrayed his own expenses. And he said this: 'I do not remember that I was ever absent in my mind from God.'" Chapter 46. Melania the Elder. The thrice blessed Melania was a Spaniard by origin, but afterwards belonged to Rome. She was the daughter of Marcellinus, the ex-consul, and wife of a certain man of high official rank, whom I do not quite remember. Having become a widow at 22, she was favored with the divine love, and having said nothing to anyone, for she would have been prevented, in the time when Valens had the rule in the empire, she had a guardian nominated for her son, and took all her movable property and put it on a ship. Then she sailed with all speed to Alexandria, accompanied by various high-born women and children. After that, having sold her goods and turned them into money, she went to the mountain of Nitria, where she met the following fathers and their companions: Pamvo, Arcisius, Serapion the Great, Paphnutius of Scete, Isidore the Confessor, Bishop of Hermopolis, and Dioscorus. And she sojourned with them for half a year, traveling about in the desert and visiting all the saints. But after this, when the prefect of Alexandria banished Isidore, Pisimius, Adelphius, Paphnutius, and Pamvo, with them also Ammonius Parotus, and 12 bishops and priests to Palestine in the neighborhood of Caesarea, she followed them and ministered to them from her own money. But servants being forbidden them, so they told me, for I met the holy Pisimius and Isidore, and Paphnutius and Ammonius, wearing the dress of a young slave, she brought them in the evenings what they required. But the consular of Palestine got to know of it, and wishing to fill his pocket, thought he would terrify her, and having arrested her, he threw her into prison, ignorant that she was a lady. But she told him, "For my part, I am so-and-so's daughter, and so-and-so's wife, but I am Christ's slave, and do not despise the cheapness of my clothing, for I am able to exalt myself if I like, and you cannot terrify me in this way, or take any of my goods. So then I have told you this, lest through ignorance you should incur judicial accusations. For one must in dealing with insensate folk be as audacious as a hawk." Then the judge, recognizing the situation, both made an apology and honored her, and gave orders that she should succor the saints without hindrance. After they were recalled, she founded a monastery in Jerusalem, and spent 27 years there in charge of a convent of 50 virgins. With her lived also the most noble Rufinos from Italy, of the city of Aquileia, a man similar to her in character and very steadfast, who was afterwards judged worthy of the priesthood. A more learned man or a kinder than he was not to be found among men. So these two, during 27 years, receiving at their own charges those who visited Jerusalem in pursuance of a vow, bishops and monks and virgins, edified all who visited them. And they reconciled the schism of Palladius, some 400 monks in all, and winning over every heretic that denied the Holy Spirit, they brought him to the church, and they honored the clergy of the district with gifts and food, and so continued to the end, without offending anyone. Chapter 47. Chronius and Paphnutius. A certain man named Chronius, of the village called Phoniki, having measured off from his own village, which was near the desert, 15,000 steps, counted with his right foot, dug a well there after prayer, and having found very good water 42 feet away, built himself there a little dwelling. And from the day that he installed himself in this abode, he prayed to God that he might never return to an inhabited place. But when a few years had passed, he was counted worthy of the priesthood, a brotherhood of some 200 men having collected round him. Now this meritorious feature of his asceticism is told, that having officiated at the altar for 60 years, exercising his priesthood, he did not leave the desert, and never ate bread that came from any source but the work of his own hands. With him dwelt one Jacob, who belonged to the neighborhood, surnamed the Lame, an exceedingly learned man. Now both were known to the blessed Antony. Now one day they were joined by Paphnutius, surnamed Cephalas, who had the gift of knowledge of the divine scriptures of the Old and New Testaments, interpreting it all without having read the scriptures, but he was so modest that his prophetic virtue was concealed. It is told of him that during 80 years he never wore 2 tunics together. The blessed Evagrius and Alvanios and I, when we met these men, sought to know the causes of brothers falling away or backsliding or stumbling in the proper life. For it happened in those days that Charimon the ascetic died in a sitting posture and was found dead on his chair holding his work in his hands. And it happened also that another brother, while digging a well, was swallowed up by the well. And another, on his way down from Skete, died from lack of water. Then again there was the story of Stephen, who fell into disgraceful profligacy, and of Carpios, and the story of Hieron of Alexandria, and the story of Valens of Palestine, and the story of Ptolemy the Egyptian, who lived in Skete. We asked, therefore, what was the reason why the men who lived there in the desert were some of them deceived in their mind, and others shattered by lust? So this was the answer that the most enlightened Paphnutius gave us, namely, all things that happen are divided into 2, what God approves and what he allows. As many things, then, as happen in accordance with virtue for the glory of God, these happen with his approval. But as many, on the contrary, as are fraught with loss and danger, and are due to external crisis or fallings away, these happen with God's permission. But the permission is given in a rational manner. For it is impossible that a man who thinks rightly and lives rightly should succumb to snares of shame or the deceit of demons. Consequently, all who seem to pursue virtue with a corrupt purpose, the vice of men-pleasing or perverse imagination, these also make false steps, for God deserts them for their benefit, in order that through their desertion they may perceive the difference that results from their change and correct either their intention or their conduct. For at one time the will sins, when it acts with evil intent. at another time also the conduct, when it acts corruptly or in the wrong fashion. And this indeed often happens, that the vicious man with a corrupt purpose gives alms to girls in pursuance of an evil end, though he does an apparently good action by giving help to her who is an orphan, a solitary, or an ascetic. But it happens also that men give alms with a right purpose to the sick or aged, or those who have lost money, but sparingly, and with a grumble, and the intention is right, but the action is unworthy of the intention. For it is necessary that the merciful man show mercy gladly and generously. They said also this: there are good qualities in many souls, in some a natural goodness of thought, in others aptitude for asceticism. But whenever some action is not done, or natural goodness not manifested for the sake of the actual good, and those who possess good qualities do not ascribe them to God, the giver of all good things, but to their own free will, natural goodness, and capacity, then such men are deserted, and are involved either in disgraceful conduct or experience, and in shame, and by means of the consequent humiliation and shame gradually lose the pride felt in their pretended virtue. For when the man who is puffed up with pride, pluming himself on the natural charm of his discourse, does not ascribe to God the natural charm, or even the supply of knowledge, but to his own application or natural gifts, God withdraws from him the angel of foreknowledge. When this angel is removed, then overpowered by the adversary, the man who plumes himself on his natural charm falls into licentiousness through his presumption, in order that, the witness of his self-control being withdrawn, the words spoken by such men may be no longer worthy of credit. While religious men shun the teaching which proceeds from such a mouth, as if it were a fountain containing leeches, so that the scripture is fulfilled. But to the sinner said God, why dost thou recount my judgments, and takest my covenant in thy mouth? For truly the souls of the vicious are like diverse fountains. The gluttonous and wine lovers are like muddy fountains. The covetous and greedy like fountains with frogs. Others, envious and haughty, but with an aptitude for knowledge, are like fountains which cherish serpents, in which reason is always floating, but no one likes to draw from them because of the bitterness of their character. This is why David demanded 3 things in his prayer: goodness and discipline and knowledge. For without goodness, knowledge is not good. And if such a man corrects himself, putting away the cause of his abandonment, that is, pride, and recovers humility, and recognizes his own measure, not exalting himself against anyone, and thanking God, then knowledge attested by proof returns to him. For spiritual words, which do not have as an escort a sober and disciplined life, are like ears of corn blasted by the wind. They have the outward appearance of corn, but have been robbed of their nutritive value. Therefore, every fall, whether by the tongue, or by perception, or by action, or by the whole body, tends to produce abandonment in proportion to the presumption, though God spares those who are abandoned. For if, in the midst of their vice, the Lord will bear witness to their natural grace by providing them with eloquence, arrogance turns them into demons, puffed up with uncleanness. And those men told us this too. When you see a man irregular in his life, but plausible in speech, remember the demon who conversed with Christ using the words of Scripture and the witness which says, Now the serpent was the most subtle of all the beasts on the earth. In his case, intelligence has the rather resulted in harm, since no other virtue accompanied it. For the faithful and good man must think the thoughts which God gives, and say what he thinks, and do what he says. For if the relationships of a man's life do not accord with the truth of his words, he is, as Job says, like bread without salt, which will in no case be eaten, or, if eaten, will make those who eat it ill. Shall bread be eaten without salt? He says. And is there any taste in vain words, which are not fulfilled by the witness of the works? Now these are the causes of the abandonings. In one case because of hidden virtue, that it may be revealed, as was Job's, God speaking to him and saying, Reject not my judgment, nor think that I have spoken to thee for any other reason than that thou mightest be shown to be righteous. For thou wast known to me who see secret things, but when thou wast unknown to men, people supposing that thou wast serving me because of wealth, I brought on the disaster, I cut off the wealth, that I might show them thy philosophy of gratitude. In other cases, it is to avert pride, as with Paul. For Paul was abandoned, being tossed about in misfortunes and buffetings and divers afflictions, and he said, There was given me a thorn in the flesh, an angel of Satan to buffet me, lest I should be exalted. Lest perhaps in the midst of his marvelous works, both the repose and the prosperity and the honor which accrued to him might cast him gaping with vanity into diabolical pride. The paralytic was abandoned because of sins, as Jesus says, See, thou art made whole, sin no more. Judas was abandoned because he loved money more than the word, wherefore also he hanged himself. Esau also was abandoned and fell into dissolute conduct, preferring the grossness of entrails to his father's blessing. So that considering all these things, Paul said concerning some, As they refused to have God in their knowledge, God gave them up unto a reprobate mind, to do things which are not fitting. And concerning certain others who seem to have the knowledge of God with a corrupt mind, since knowing God, they glorified him not as God, neither gave him thanks. For this cause God gave them up unto vile passions. So that from these instances we know that it is impossible that any should fall into dissolute conduct, unless he has first been abandoned by God's providence. Chapter 48. Elpidius. In the caves of the Amorites, round about Jericho, which they excavated long ago when they fled from Joshua the son of Nun, who was ravaging then the aliens on the mountains of Thucas, there lived a certain Elpidius, a Cappadocian, afterwards counted worthy of the priesthood. Having been a member of the monastery of Timothy, the Cappadocian country bishop, a very able man, he came and settled in one of the caves. He showed such self-discipline in his asceticism as to put all others in the shade. For during his 25 years' life there, he used to take food only on Sunday and Saturday, and would spend the night standing up and singing psalms. With him, reigning like a little king in the midst of his bees, lived the multitude of the brethren, and I too lived with him. And thus he made the mountain a veritable city. And one could see there different modes of life. Once a scorpion stung this Elpidius as he sang psalms by night, and we too were singing with him. He trod it underfoot, nor did he even move from his standing position, despising the pain caused by the scorpion. One day, as a brother was holding a vine cutting, he took it as he sat at the declivity of the mountain, and dug a hole for it as if planting it, though it was not the season. It grew big, and became a vine large enough to give shade to the church. In his company also, a certain Anesius reached perfection, a worthy man, and so did Eustathius his brother. To such a height of impassivity did he attain in drawing up his body, that the sun shone through his bones. The story is told by his zealous disciples that he never turned to gaze towards the west because the mountain with its height dominated the door of the cave. Nor did he ever see the sun after the 6th hour, having passed overhead and now descending towards the west, or even the stars that rise in the west, for 25 years. From the time he entered the cave, he did not descend from the mountain until he was buried. End of Part 7. Part 8 of the Lausiac History by Palladius, translated by W.K. Lowther Clark, B.D. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 49, Sicinius. This Elpidios had a disciple, by name Sicinius, of servile origin, but a free man as regards the faith, a Cappadocian by race. For one must point out these things for the glory of Christ, who ennobles us and leads us to the true nobility. After dwelling with Elpidius 6 or 7 years, finally he shut himself up in a tomb, and continued for 3 years in a tomb, praying constantly, sitting down neither by night nor day, neither lying down nor walking out. He was counted worthy of a gift of power over demons, but having returned to his native country, he was counted worthy of the priesthood, and collected a community of men and women. By his grave manner of life, he drove out whatever masculine lust there were in himself, and by self-discipline he curbed the feminine element in the women, so that the words of Scripture were fulfilled. In Christ Jesus there is neither male nor female. Then also he is hospitable, although without possessions, so as to shame the rich men who are not generous. Chapter 50, Gadanus. I knew an old Palestinian named Gadanus, who lived in the open air in the region round the Jordan. Some Jews once set about him in a fanatic outburst in the region round the Dead Sea, and came against him with sword drawn, and this incident occurred. When a man lifted up his sword and wished to use it against Gadanus, the hand of him who had drawn it was withered up, and the sword fell from the hand of its wielder. Chapter 51, Elias. Then again Elias, a monk, dwelt in the same parts, in a cave, living a life most grave and disciplined. One day, when a number of brethren had come to him, for the place was on the main road, he ran short of bread, and he assured us, "Dismayed at what had happened, I went into the cell and found 3 loaves. And the visitors having eaten of them to satiety, they were 20 in all, 1 was left over, which lasted me 25 days. Chapter 52, Savas. A man named Savas, a layman, a native of Jericho, became so enamored of the monks that he went the round of the cells and the desert at night, and at each habitation put outside a bushel of dates and a sufficiency of vegetables, because the ascetics of the Jordan do not eat bread. One day a lion met him, and taking him by surprise, chased him for a mile, and then turned back, took his ass, and went off. Chapter 53, Avramius. There was a certain Avramius, an Egyptian by race, who lived a very rough and savage life in the wilderness. Afflicted in his mind by an untimely fancy, he went to the church and contended with the priests, saying, "I have been ordained a priest by Christ this night. Accept me as a celebrant." The fathers removed him from the desert and led him to a less ascetic and calmer life, and cured him of his presumption, bringing this man who had been deluded by the demon to a knowledge of his own weakness. Chapter 54, the elder Melania. Though I have told above in a superficial way of the wonderful and saintly Melania, nevertheless I will now weave into my narrative at this point what remains to be said. What stores of goods she used up in her divine zeal, as it were burning them in a fire, is not for me to dwell on, but for those who dwell in Persia. For no one escaped her benevolence, neither east nor west nor north nor south. For 37 years she had been giving hospitality, and at her own cost had succored both churches and monasteries and strangers and prisoners, her family and her son himself and her stewards providing the money. She persevered so long in the practice of hospitality that she possessed not even a span of land. She was not drawn from her purpose by desire for her son, nor did yearning after her only son separate her from love towards Christ. But thanks to her prayers, the young man attained a high standard of education, and a good character, and an illustrious marriage, and participated in the honors of the world. He had also 2 children. A long while after, hearing how her granddaughter was situated, that she was married and was proposing to renounce the world, afraid lest they should be injured by bad teaching or heresy or evil living, though an old woman of 60 years, she flung herself into a ship, and sailing from Caesarea reached Rome in 20 days. And having met there that most blessed and worthy man, Apronius, a pagan, she instructed him and made him a Christian, persuading him to be continent as regards his wife, Melania's niece, named Avita. And having also strengthened the will of her own granddaughter, Melania, with her husband, Pinianos, and instructed her daughter-in-law, Alvina, wife of her son, and having induced all these to sell their goods, she led them out from Rome and brought them into the holy and calm harbor of the religious life. And in so doing she fought with beasts in the shape of all the senators and their wives who tried to prevent her, in view of similar renunciation of the world on the part of the other senatorial houses. But she said to them, "Little children, it was written 400 years ago, 'It is the last hour.' Why do you love to linger in life's vanities? Perchance the days of Antichrist will surprise you, and you will cease to enjoy your wealth and your ancestral property." And having liberated all these, she led them to the monastic life. And after instructing the younger son of Publicola, she brought him to Sicily, and having sold all her remaining goods and received their value, she came to Jerusalem. Then, having got rid of her possessions, within 40 days she fell asleep in a good old age in profound meekness, leaving behind both a monastery in Jerusalem and an endowment for it. But when all these persons had left Rome, there fell on Rome a hurricane of barbarians, which was ordained long ago in prophecies, and it did not spare even the bronze statues in the Forum, but sacking them all with barbaric frenzy, delivered them to destruction, so that Rome, which had been beautified by loving hands for 1200 years, became a ruin. Then those who had been instructed by Melania, and those who had opposed her instruction, glorified God, who had persuaded the unbelievers by a reversal of fortune, in that, when all the other families had been made prisoners, these ones only were preserved, having been made by Melania's zeal burnt offerings to the Lord. Chapter 55. Sylvania. Melania continued. It so happened that we traveled together from Alia to Egypt, escorting the blessed Sylvania the Virgin, sister-in-law of Rufinus the ex-prefect. Among the party there was Jovinus, also with us, then a deacon, but now bishop of the church of Ascalon, a devout and learned man. We came into an intense heat, and when we reached Pelusium, it chanced that Jovinus took a basin and gave his hands and feet a thorough wash in ice-cold water, and after washing flung a rug on the ground and lay down to rest. She came to him like a wise mother of a true son, and began to scoff at his softness, saying, "How dare you at your age, when your blood is still vigorous, thus coddle your flesh, not perceiving the mischief that is engendered by it? Be sure of this, be sure of it, that I am in the 60th year of my life, and except for the tips of my fingers, neither my feet, nor my face, nor any one of my limbs have touched water, although I am a victim to various ailments, and the doctors try to force me. I have not consented to make the customary concessions to the flesh. Never in my travels have I rested on a bed or used a litter." Being very learned and loving literature, she turned night into day by perusing every writing of the ancient commentators, including 3,000,000 lines of Origen, and 2,500,000 lines of Gregory, Stephen, Pyrrhius, Basil, and other standard writers. Nor did she read them once only and casually, but she laboriously went through each book 7 or 8 times. Wherefore also she was enabled to be freed from knowledge falsely so called, and to fly on wings, thanks to the grace of these books. Elevated by kindly hopes, she made herself a spiritual bird and journeyed to Christ. Chapter 56. Olympias. That most venerable and devoted lady, Olympias, followed the counsel of Melania, attending to her precepts and walking in her footsteps. She was the daughter of Seleucus, the ex-count, granddaughter of Flavius, the ex-prefect, and bride for a few days of Nebridius, the ex-prefect of the city, but the wife of no man. For she is said to have died a virgin, but the spouse of the word of truth. She dispersed all her goods and gave to the poor. She engaged in no mean combats for truth's sake, instructed many women, addressed priests reverently, and honored bishops. She was accounted worthy to be a confessor for truth's sake. The inhabitants of Constantinople reckon her life among the confessors, for she died thus, and went away to the Lord in the midst of her struggles for God's honor. Chapter 57. Candida. Attending to her precepts, and imitating her like a mirror, the blessed Candida, daughter of Trajanos, the general, lived a worthy life and attained to the height of sanctity, paying honors both to churches and bishops. Having instructed her own daughter for the condition of virginity, she brought her to Christ as a gift of her own body, afterwards following her own daughter in temperance and chastity and the distribution of her goods. I knew her labor all night long with her hands at the mill to subdue her body, and she used to say, "Fasting is insufficient. I give it an ally in the shape of toilsome watching, that I may destroy the insolence of Esau." She abstained absolutely from anything with blood and life in it, but taking fish and vegetables with oil on feast days, at other times she continued to content herself with a mixture of sour wine and dry bread. In emulation of her example, the most venerable Lady Galacia, a tribune's daughter, walked in the path of religion, having put on the yoke of virginity. Her virtue is renowned in that the sun never went down on her irritation against manservant or maidservant or anyone else. Chapter 58. The Monks of Antinoe. Having spent 4 years at Antinoe in the Thebaid, in so long a time I acquired knowledge also of the local monasteries. for some 1,200 men are settled round the city, who live by their hands and are extremely ascetic. Reckoned among these, there are also anchorites who have shut themselves up in the caves of the rocks. One of these is a certain Solomon, a man of very mild disposition and restrained and possessing the gift of endurance. He used to say that he had been 50 years in the cave. He provided for himself by the work of his hands, and had learned by heart all the Holy Scriptures. In another cave lived Dorotheos, a priest. He was extraordinarily good, and having himself lived an irreproachable life, was counted worthy of the priesthood, and ministered to the brethren in the caves. To him Melania the younger, granddaughter of the great Melania, concerning whom I shall speak later, one sent 500 pieces of money, beseeching him to spend them on the brethren there. But he took 3 only, and sent the rest to Theocles, the anchorite, a most learned man, saying, Brother Theocles is wiser than I, and can administer them without doing harm, knowing those who should rightly be helped. For myself, I am content with these. This Theocles began in the first instance with the grammar course, but afterwards gave himself to philosophy. However, in the course of time grace drew him on, and in the 28th year of his life he gave up the cycle of studies and gave himself up to Christ, and he had spent 35 years in the caves. He told us this: intelligence which is separated from the thought of God becomes either a demon or a brute beast. But since we were curious to know his manner of speaking, he explained thus: intelligence separated from the thought of God inevitably falls into concupiscence or anger. And he said concupiscence was beast-like, and anger demoniacal. But when I objected, how can human intelligence be continually with God? This same man said, whenever the soul is engaged in a thought or action that is pious and godly, then it is with God. There lived near him a certain Capiton, who had been a robber. He had completed 50 years in the caves 4 miles from the city of Antinoe, and did not come down from his cave, not even as far as the river Nile, saying that he was not yet able to meet crowds, because the adversary at that instant would oppose him. With these we saw also another anchorite, himself also living in a cave in similar fashion. Being mocked in dreams by the frenzy of vainglory, he mocked in his turn those that deceived themselves, feeding the winds. And he possessed bodily continence thanks to his age and his long time in the desert, and perhaps also thanks to his vainglory. On the other hand, his judgment was perverted, owing to the unrestrained character of his vainglory. Chapter 59. Amatalis and Theor. In the city of Antinoe there are 12 convents of women. In one of them I met Amatalis, an old woman who had spent 80 years in asceticism, as she and the neighbors told me. With her dwelt 60 young women, who loved her so greatly that no key even was fixed on the outer wall of the monastery, as in other monasteries, but they were kept in by love of her. Such a height of impassivity did the old woman reach, that when I entered and sat down, she came and sat by me, and put her hands on my shoulders in a transport of freedom. In this monastery there was a disciple of hers by name Taur, a virgin who had been 30 years in the monastery. She would never accept a new habit or hood or shoes, saying, I do not need them, lest I be forced also to go out. For all the others go out on Sunday to church for the communion, but she remains in the house clothed in rags, ceaselessly sitting at her work. But her looks were naturally so charming that even the most steadfast would almost have been deceived by her beauty if she had not had her chastity as an exceedingly strong sentinel, and by her modesty had been compelling the unrestrained eye to reverence and fear. Chapter 60. Colethus. Another virgin was a neighbor of mine, but I did not see her face, for she never came out, so they say, from the day she renounced the world. But having completed 60 years of asceticism in company with her own Mother Superior, at last she was about to depart from this life. And the martyr of the place stood over her, Colethus was his name, and said to her, "Today you are going to travel to the Master and see all the saints. Come then and breakfast with us in the chapel." So she got up at twilight and dressed, and took in her basket bread and olives and shredded herbs, after all those years going out, and she went to the chapel and prayed. And having marked that moment of the whole day when no one was inside, she took her seat and called on the martyr, saying, "Bless my food, holy Colethus, and accompany me with thy prayers on the journey." Then having eaten and prayed again, she went home about sunset. And having given her Mother Superior a writing of Clement, author of the Stromatis, on the prophet Amos, she said, "Give it to the exiled bishop, and say to him, 'Pray for me, for I am going on a journey.'" And she died that very night, with no fever nor pain in the head, but having decked herself for the funeral. Chapter 61. Melania the Younger. Since I promised above to tell about the granddaughter of Melania, I am constrained to pay the debt. For it is not just that men should disdain her youthfulness in respect of the flesh, and leave on one side, with no pillar to commemorate it, such great virtue, virtue which, frankly, far surpasses that of old and zealous women. Her parents, by using compulsion, made her marry a man of the highest rank in Rome. Her conscience was always being pricked by the tales she heard about her grandmother, and at last she was so goaded that she felt unable to perform her marriage duty. For 2 male children having been born to her, and both having died, she came to have such great hatred of marriage as to say to her husband, Pinianos, son of Severus, the ex-prefect, "If you choose to practice asceticism with me according to the fashion of chastity, then I recognize you as master and lord of my life. But if this appears grievous to you, being still a young man, take all my belongings and set my body free, that I may fulfill my desire toward God and become heir of the zeal of my grandmother, whose name I also bear. For if God had wished us to have children, he would not have taken away my children untimely. After they had struggled under the yoke a long while, at last God had pity on the young man, and planted in him a zeal for renunciation, so that the word of Scripture was fulfilled in their case. How knowest thou, a woman, that thou shalt save thy husband? So having been married at 13, and having lived with her husband 7 years, in the 20th year she renounced the world. And first she gave her silk dresses to the altars. This the holy Olympias has also done. Then she cut up her other silks, and made them into different church ornaments. And having entrusted her silver and gold to a certain Paul, a priest, a monk of Dalmatia, she sent them across the sea to the east, 10,000 pieces of money to Egypt and the Thebaid, 10,000 pieces to Antioch and its neighborhood, 15,000 to Palestine, 10,000 to the churches in the islands and the places of exile, while she herself distributed to the churches in the west in the same way. All this and 4 times as much she snatched, if God will allow the expression, out of the mouth of the lion Alaric, by her faith. And she freed 8,000 slaves who wished freedom, for the rest did not wish it, but preferred to be slaves to her brother, and she allowed him to take them all for 3 pieces of money. But having sold her possessions in the Spains, Aquitania, Tarragona, and the Gauls, she reserved for herself only those in Sicily and Campania and Africa, and apportioned their income for the support of monasteries. Such was her wise conduct with regard to the burden of riches. And her asceticism was as follows. She ate every other day, to begin with after a 5 days' interval, and assigned to herself a part in the daily work of her own slave women, whom also she made her fellow ascetics. She had with her also her mother Alvina, who lived a similar ascetic life and distributed her riches for her part privately. Now these ladies are dwelling on their properties, now in Sicily and now in Campania, with 15 eunuchs and 60 virgins, both free and slave. Similarly also, Pinianos her husband lives with 30 monks, reading and busying himself with the garden and solemn conferences. But in no small way did they honor us when we, a numerous party, went to Rome because of the blessed Bishop John. They refreshed us both with hospitality and lavish equipment for the journey, thus winning for themselves with great joy the fruit of eternal life by their God-given works springing from a noble mode of life. Chapter 62. Macarius. A kinsman of theirs, Macarius by name, an ex-consul, renounced the world in like manner and lived the perfect life. As for all his wealth, part of it he distributed while still alive, and the rest he left to the poor at his death. Similarly also there was a certain Macarius, an ex-vicar, and Constantius, who became assessors of the prefects in Italy, distinguished and very learned men, who reached the highest degree of the love of God. I believe that they are still in the flesh after practicing the perfect life. End of Part 8. Part 9 of the Lausiac History by Palladius, translated by W.K. Lowther Clark, B.D. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 63. The Virgin and Athanasius. I knew a virgin in Alexandria, whom I met when she was about 70 years old. Now all the clergy bore her witness that when she was young, some 20 years old, and exceptionally lovely, she was to be shunned because of her beauty, lest she should make any one an object of blame through suspicion. So when it happened that the Arians conspired against the blessed Athanasius, Bishop of Alexandria, by means of Eusebius the prefect, when Constantius was emperor, and they were calumniously accusing him of unlawful deeds, he avoided being judged by a corrupt tribunal and trusted no one, neither relation nor friend, nor cleric, nor anyone. But when the prefect's men entered suddenly into the episcopal residence and sought him, he fled at midnight to this virgin, wearing only his tunic and cloak. But she was disconcerted at the affair and frightened, so he said to her, "Since I am sought by the Arians, and am unjustly accused, I resolved to flee, lest I should bear a false reputation and involve in sin those who wish to punish me. But God revealed to me tonight, with no one canst thou be saved except with this lady." So with great joy she cast aside all hesitation, and gave herself wholly to the Lord. And she hid that most holy man for 6 years, as long as Constantius lived, both washing his feet herself and ministering to his bodily requirements, and arranging for all his needs, borrowing books and bringing them to him. And no man in all Alexandria during the 6 years knew where the blessed Athanasius was living. Now when the death of Constantius was announced and came to his ears, he dressed himself fittingly, and was found once more by night in the church. And all were astonished, and looked on him as a dead man come to life. Now his defense to his near friends was as follows: "This is why I did not take refuge with you, that you might the better swear ignorance of my whereabouts, and also because of the search. But I fled to one whom no one could suspect, because she was beautiful and young, bearing 2 things in mind: her salvation, for I did help her, and my reputation." Chapter 64. Juliana. Again, there was a certain Juliana, a virgin of Caesarea in Cappadocia, said to be very learned and most faithful. When Origen the writer fled from the uprising of the pagans, she received him, and supported him for 2 years at her own cost, and waited on him. I found this written in a very old book of verses, in which had been written by Origen's hand. I found this book at the house of Juliana the Virgin at Caesarea, when I was hidden by her. She used to say that she had received it from Symmachus himself, the Jewish interpreter. I have inserted the virtuous acts of these women as part of my plan, that we may know that it is possible to gain excellence in many ways, if we desire. Chapter 65. Hippolytos. In another very old book, inscribed with the name of Hippolytos, a disciple of the apostles, I found this story. There lived in the city of Corinth a high-born and most beautiful virgin who was practicing asceticism with a view to a vow of virginity. As the time for it approached, they denounced her to the pagan who was the magistrate then, at the time of the persecutors, that is, as one who blasphemed both the times and the emperors, and spoke ill of the idols. At the same time also those who traffic in such things were praising her beauty. So the magistrate, being erotic, received the denunciation gladly, like a horse pricking up his ears. And when after setting every device into operation he failed to persuade the woman, then, furious with her, he did not hand her over to punishment or torture, but put her in a brothel, and commanded the man who kept the women, "Take her, and pay me 3 pieces of money a day as her hire." But he, to earn the requisite sum, intended to hand her over to all comers. So when those who hunt women in this way, like so many hawks, knew of it, they visited this perdition shop, and paying the tariff talked to her the language of seduction. But she besought them with entreaties, saying, "I have a sore which is offensive, and I fear that you will hate me. Give me a few days, and you will get the chance of having me for nothing." So she besought God with petitions in those days. Wherefore also God, beholding her chastity, inspired a certain young man in the employ of the magister, fair in character and appearance, with a burning zeal for martyrdom. And having gone off with all outward appearance of lust, he came late at night to the keeper of the women, and gave him 5 coins, and said to him, "Allow me to spend this night with her." So he went into the private chamber, and said to her, "Get up, save yourself." And he made her take off her clothes, and put his own on her, both the vest and cloak, and all his masculine apparel, and said to her, "Veil yourself with the ends of the cloak, and go out." And so she sealed herself with the holy sign, and went out, and was preserved uncorrupted and undefiled. Next day, therefore, the deed was known. The young official was arrested and thrown to the wild beast, in order that by him the demon might be put to shame, in that he became a martyr in two senses, both for his own sake and for the sake of that Blessed One. Chapter 66. Verus the ex-count. In Ancyra of Galatia, in the actual city, I met a certain Verus, a man of noble rank, and had considerable experience of him and his lady wife Vasporia. He was an ex-count. They attained such a degree of good confidence that they defrauded even their children, considering the future in a practical manner. For they spent the revenues of their estates on the poor, though they have 2 daughters and 4 sons, to whom they give no portion, except to the married daughter, saying, "After we are gone, all is yours." But receiving the produce of their estates, they spend them on the churches of cities and villages. And this too is a mark of virtue in them. A famine having arisen, and militating against natural affection, they brought heresies round to orthodoxy, in many places putting their granaries at the disposal of the poor for their feeding. But they have adopted in other ways an exceedingly grave and sparing manner of life. They wear very cheap clothes, and live on the most frugal fare, practicing a godly sobriety, living for the most part on their farms and avoiding cities, lest haply through the pleasures of the city they should become involved in some of the city life and fall from their purpose. Chapter 67. Magna. In the city of Ancyra, many other virgins, some 2,000 or more, are eminent as women both of continence and distinction. Among them Magna takes a prominent place in religion, a most venerable woman. I do not know what to call her, virgin or widow, for having been forcibly linked with a husband by her mother, she wheedled him and put him off, so people say, and thus remained inviolate. When he died a little later, she gave herself wholly to God, attending in a serious spirit to her own houses, living a most ascetic and continent life, having her conversation such that the very bishops revered her for the excellence of her religion. While she provided for the needs, primary and secondary, of hospitals, the poor, and bishops on tour, she ceased not to work in secret with her own hands and by means of her most faithful servants, and at nights she did not leave the church. Chapter 68. The Compassionate Monk. Likewise in the city we found a monk who preferred not to be ordained to the priesthood, but had been led to the life after a short period of military service. He is spending his 20th year in asceticism in the following fashion. He lives with the bishop of the city, and is so humane and merciful that he goes his rounds even at nights, and has pity on those who are in need. He neglects neither prison nor hospital, poor nor rich, but succors all, giving some advice about compassion, if without compassion, leading others onward, reconciling some, and providing others with their bodily needs and clothing. And what generally happens in all great cities is found also in this one. For in the porch of the church a multitude of sick people laid on couches begged their daily food, some being married, others unmarried. Well, it happened one day that the wife of a certain man was confined in the porch at midnight in winter time. So he heard her crying out in her pain, and abandoning his customary prayers went out and beheld her. Finding no one, he took the place of a midwife himself, not disdaining the unpleasantness of such occasions, compassion having made him not sensitive. His clothes and appearance are not worth an obol, and his food runs a good race with his clothes. He cannot endure to lean over a writing tablet, since compassion drives him from his studies. If any of the brethren gives him a book, he immediately sells it, answering thus to those who scoff at him: "How can I persuade my master that I have learned his art, unless I sell him himself in order to practice the art perfectly?" Chapter 69. The Nun Who Fell. A certain virgin ascetic, living with 2 others, practiced asceticism for 9 or 10 years. Seduced by a minstrel, she fell, and conceived and bore a child. Having come to hate her seducer intensely, she was conscience-smitten to the depths of her soul, and reached such a degree of repentance that she completely lost heart and tried to starve herself to death. And in her prayer she besought God, saying, "O great God, who hearest the evils of every creature, and desirest neither the death nor destruction of those who stumble, if thou wishest me to be saved, show me in this thy marvels, and take away the fruit of my sin which I have borne, lest I employ a noose or fling myself over a precipice." Praying in these terms, she was heard, for her child died not long after. So from that day she never again met the man who had led her captive, but giving herself to the severest fasting for 30 years, she served the sick and maimed. She importuned God so that it was revealed to one of the holy priests, "So and so has pleased me more in her penitence than in her virginity." I write this lest we should despise those who genuinely repent. Chapter 70. A Reader Unjustly Accused. A virgin once fell, the daughter of a certain priest in Caesarea of Palestine, and was taught by her seducer to accuse a certain reader in that city. And when she was now with child, being cross-examined by her father, she denounced the reader. The priest confidently referred the matter to the bishop, and the bishop called his clergy together and had the reader summoned. The case was investigated. The reader was questioned by the bishop, but would not confess. For how could that be told which had not happened? The bishop was angry and said to him sternly, "Do you not confess, you miserable and wretched man, full of uncleanness?" The reader answered, "I said the truth, that it is no concern of mine, for I am guiltless even of a thought about her. But if you wish to hear what is not true, then I have done it." When he said this, the bishop deposed the reader. Then he approached the bishop and besought him and said to him, "Well then, since I have fallen, bid her to be given to me as wife. For neither am I a cleric any more, nor is she a virgin." So he gave her over to the reader, expecting that the young man would live with her, and that besides his intercourse with her could not be interrupted. Now the young man, having taken her both from the bishop and her father, put her in a nunnery, and exhorted the deaconess of the sisterhood there to support her until her confinement. So within a little while the days of her confinement were completed. The critical hour came, with groans, pangs, labors, visions of hell, and the babe was not delivered. The first day passed, the second, third, seventh. The woman, being in hell with the pain, did not eat, drink, or sleep, but cried out, saying, "Woe is me, miserable woman that I am! I am in peril because I accused this reader falsely." The nuns go off and tell the father. The father, fearing to be condemned as a false accuser, keeps silence 2 more days. The young woman neither died nor was delivered. So when the nuns could no longer endure her cries, they ran and told the bishop. So-and-so has confessed in her cries days ago that she accused the reader falsely. Then he sends deacons to him and tells him, "Pray that she who accused you falsely may be delivered." But he gave them no answer, nor opened his door. But from the day he entered his house, he had been praying to God. The father went away again to the bishop. Prayers were said in the church, and not even then did she bring forth. Then the bishop arose, and went to the reader, and knocking at the door went in to him and said to him, "Evstathius, arise, loose what you have fastened." And immediately the reader knelt down with the bishop, and the woman brought forth. Now his pleading and the persistency of his prayer were strong enough both to reveal the false accusation and to chastise the false accuser, that we may learn to persevere in prayers and to know their power. Chapter 71. The Brother Who is with the Writer. And now, when I have said a few words about the brother who has been with me from youth until this day, I will end my tale. I know that for a long time he has not eaten from desire, nor fasted from desire. I consider that he has conquered desire of riches, the greatest part of vainglory. He is satisfied with what he has. He does not deck himself out with clothes. When despised, he gives thanks. He runs risks for his close friends. He has engaged in contest with demons 1,000 times and more, so that one day a demon tried to make an agreement with him and said, "Agree to sin just once, and whatever woman you mention to me in the world, I will bring her to you." And again on another occasion, after buffeting him for 14 nights, as he told me, and dragging him by the feet in the night, he conversed with him audibly, "Cease worshipping Christ, and I will not come near you." But he answered and said, "This is why I worship him, and will glorify him infinitely, and adore him, because you are utterly distasteful to me when I am thus engaged." He has visited 106 cities, and stayed in most of them. But by God's mercy he has had nothing to do with a woman, not even in a dream, except for this contest. I know that he received from an angel on 3 occasions the food he needed. One day, being in the inner desert, and having not even a crumb, he found 3 loaves in his sheepskin still warm. Another time he found wine and loaves. Yet another time I learned that someone said this to him, "You are fainting. Go then and receive from these men food and oil." So he went to the man to whom this man had sent him and said, "Are you so-and-so?" And he said, "Yes, someone has ordered you to receive 30 bushels of corn and 12 pints of oil. On behalf of such a one I will glory, whoever he was. I have known him often weep over men distressed by dire poverty, and he gave them all that he had except his flesh. I have known him also weep over one who had fallen into sin, and by his tears he led the fallen one to repentance. He once assured me on oath, I prayed God that I might incite no man, especially the rich and wicked, to give me anything for my needs. But for me it is enough to have been counted worthy of mentioning all these things which I have committed to writing. For it was not without God that your thought was stirred up to enjoin the writing of this book, and the committal to writing of the lives of these saints. But you at least, most faithful servant of God, reading them with pleasure, and accepting their lives and toils and so great endurance as a fitting demonstration of the resurrection, follow them eagerly, nourished with good hope, seeing the days in front of you to be shorter than those behind. Pray for me, keeping yourself such as I knew you from the consulate of Tatian until this day, and such as I found you when you had been chosen to be prefect of the most religious bedchamber. For a man whom such honor accompanied by riches and such power have not made incapable of the fear of God, such a one reposes on that Christ who was told by the devil, "All these things will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me." End of Part 9. End of the Lausiac History by Palladius. Translated by W. K. Lowther Clark, B.D.